Welcome to the May 30th special meeting of the City Council and the City Council Committee on Finance. This is a continuation of the public hearing on the fiscal year 2025 budget for Northampton. Laura, would you call the roll, please?
Sure. Councillor Dobbs.
Here.
Councillor Elkins. Here. Councillor Jarrett.
Here.
Councillor Clemmer.
Here.
Councillor Labarge. Here. Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Perry. Does anybody see him in the...
I don't believe he's here.
Okay, not present yet. And Councillor Rothenberg.
Here.
Council President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. We will now recess for the Finance Committee meeting.
Okay. Laura, can we have a roll call for finance?
Or Councillor Maori.
Here.
Councillor Moulton.
Here.
Councillor Elkins. Here. And Councillor... I am so sorry. Labarge.
She's new, you know.
Do we need to
have a quorum?
Do we need to move to recess? Oh, I guess not. Sorry, I thought we did a motion to recess.
So I called the continuation of the FY 2025 public hearing to order. We are continuing this hearing in accordance with the City Charter for Northampton, Article 7, Section 4. The City Council Committee on Finance will consider the proposed FY 2025 budget and hear all persons who wish to be heard. So welcome again. I want to just give a little information about the public hearing. The public hearings are essentially information gathering. It's our time to ask questions and hear testimony from the public. At the end of tonight, we will, the Finance Committee will vote on a either positive, neutral, or a negative recommendation to full council for the budget, which will be voted on next June 6th, next Thursday, in a full council meeting. So the plan is like last night, which is that each department will present, and when they're done, I will open the floor to councilors for questions and comments. And then we will go to the public, both on Zoom and in the room, for questions and comments. The public can ask questions, and Councilor Moulton will graciously write them down. We will collect them, and the council will relay questions to department heads. So the public can direct questions to the council, not to the department heads or city staff. And then we'll pause periodically to relay those questions to the city staff. And I would like everyone to keep their comments or questions to 2 minutes. I encourage folks to comment on the department that's currently presenting or has just presented, but in a public hearing on the budget, any questions or comments on the budget generally can be made at any time. I think that's about it. Yes. So with no further ado, I believe it's Fire and Rescue. Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. Good evening, councilors. Mayor Sierra, Finance Director Nardi, Alan, and members of the public. Thank you for this opportunity to present our FY25 proposed budget here tonight. Our department responds to various types of calls in our community, such as fires, motor vehicle accidents, medical emergencies, hazardous material incidents, technical rescues, water emergencies, as well as many types of other emergency calls. In addition, we also perform non-emergency duties such as fire prevention inspections, inspections in homes and businesses throughout our community. We provide fire safety training for the students in Northampton schools, and we have great success with our new life safety inspection and Locksbox program for our older adults in our community. Last year, we saw a record call volume. Our department responded to 9,146 fire and EMS calls, which was a 9% increase from the previous year. Our call increase is due to several factors, some of which are the ongoing mental health crisis, the increased number of unhoused individuals in our community, the lack of access to primary care physicians, and the shortage of EMS providers in our region. Our department responded to 6,670 EMS calls last year. 391 of them were to our neighboring communities. The increased call volume has pushed our current staffing model to our limits. 120 times last year, all of our ambulances were on calls, and we had to call in neighboring communities to our city to respond to medical emergencies. The increased call volume with our current staffing levels is challenging and is taking a toll on our members physically and mentally. I am truly proud and thankful of how they continue to do their job with such passion and professionalism. In our proposed FY25 budget, we have requested small increases in our personal services, PS, due to contractual raises and overtime. The FY24 PS budget was $6,587,559, and our requested PS budget for the FY25 is $6,660,616, an approximately 1% increase. In our operations and maintenance side, the OM side of the budget, we have requested slight increases in 3 accounts due to call volumes and cost increases. We have also requested small increases to our uniforms line item, as we have had several new members join the fire department in the past year. For contractual obligations, we must furnish each member with departmental dress uniform after completing their first year. Because of this, we have asked for an increase from $50,250 to $58,000. Due to an approximately 9 to 11% increase in EMS calls over the last 3 years, we have requested that EMS supplies line item be increased from $74,750 to $85,000. On the OOM side, we have requested an increase in the EMS equipment line item from $69,000 to $83,137. This will account for the increased cost of EMS equipment for our apparatus, as well as maintaining the public access defibrillators in City Hall campuses, Senior Center, and replacing the defibrillators in all of the DPW buildings. In conclusion, the department's FY25 budget has a 1.7% increase from FY24. We worked in conjunction with the mayor and the finance director to try to keep our FY25 budget increase as minimal as possible. These increases are offset by the revenue generated by the fire department's ambulance service. Last year's ambulance revenue, which goes to the general fund, was $3,360,916, plus an additional $364,662 for the Medicaid CPE that we collected. Thank you for your time and your continued support.
Thank you. Okay, counselors. Let me get the screen up for the counselors who are on Zoom. Counselors, any questions or comments? Yes, Councilor Bard.
Thank you. Do you have any staff that apparently are on medical leave?
We do have, is it 1 or 2? We have 2 on medical leave currently. One,
Injured on duty?
correct. One is going through, I think was just approved. Just approved for retirement. So she will be leaving. So we have 1 currently on injured.
And what is your staffing per shift? Is it 11,
Nope, we have 13.
13?
13 is our minimum staffing. We run with 2 engines, 3 ambulances, and a command vehicle. Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you guys work, how many days a week is it? Or just-
So they work 48 days, or 48 hours every 8 days. So they work 24 hours on, 24 hours off, 24 hours on, 5 off. You're welcome.
Thank you. How about overtime?
So our overtime is very high currently, so
How high?
I think we're over by,
We're over, we're at 105%, 106% right now.
so we're over in our overtime this year, and that's due to, our minimum staffing level is 13, so we have to
Higher.
hire whenever we drop below 13. And we were short staffing, and we're still currently short staffing, so every shift doesn't have the allotted 16 per shift currently. So
What's the overtime right now, the cost?
I think we're at close to 600 probably, I would say,
Last time I
around.
checked, it was
I could get the,
570,000.
yeah, we're around 600,000.
Wow.
Yeah, so how is it going with paramedics? I know you were having a hard time securing paramedics.
Yeah, so we're having a very difficult time hiring paramedics. We currently just hired 7 new members, and they're all basic EMTs. So we have a new policy in place where if we hire basics, they need to enroll in a paramedic program, and they have 3 years to complete the program.
So is it the usual course that EMTs become paramedics, or is it generally different?
For a long time, our department, you needed to be a paramedic. So we had to lower the standard of coming in as a paramedic just because we couldn't find any paramedics. And our
Is it
staff,
like a high-stress job? Is that why, or no one really knows?
you know, there's a few reasons, you know, and I'm speculating, but I think COVID had a lot to do with it. Because it seems to me that it really started once COVID started. I think people decided not to go to the medical side, and some people decided they were working from home and would rather do that. But that's speculation, but that's just, you know, probably some of the causes.
Right. Counselor?
Have you, are we beginning to see some of these folks that we brought on as EMTs begin to make the leap to paramedics, or anybody
So
on
they
the
just,
road?
they just started. So they started approximately a month ago. I have one individual that is probably going to be testing within 3 months, probably,
By the end of the year.
by the end of the year. So she'll have her paramedic license by the end of the year. The rest of them are starting the paramedic program in September. So they will have 2.5 years before they become paramedics.
Okay, thank you.
Can you explain what you mean when you say you lowered the standard for people to become paramedics in more
So
detail?
paramedic, it takes 2.5 years to become a paramedic. I'm not saying we lowered the standard as far as quality of care, because the ambulance still has a paramedic on the ambulance. The paramedic will tech all of the paramedic calls, and the basic will support the paramedic. I didn't mean it as that we were lowering our standard in the ambulance.
And, sorry, just to clarify, so I think I understood you to say that you used to have to start as a paramedic, and
did.
now you can start as an
That's how we-
EMT, right? Okay.
Exactly. Now we're allowing an individual to start as an EMT, and I believe the EMT class takes 3 months? 3 months.
Is there any assistance financially to help the EMTs become paramedics?
So currently, we do not offer them any assistance financially. We do, however, give them time off to attend the class because sometimes they're working, so we support them by giving them the time off to attend the courses. Yeah.
Counselor Moulton? Oh, excuse me.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's good.
Okay. Thanks, Chief, for the presentation. The 9% increase in calls last year is significant, and I note that a number of the reasons that you attribute that to were mental health emergencies, unhoused people, and lack of access to primary care physicians. We heard similar things last night from DHHS in its presentation about Department of Community Care. Can you talk a bit about your relationship with DCC now?
Yeah, so I feel like we have, we've had a number of meetings. I feel like we have a good relationship with them. I think we've had probably 3 or 4 meetings within the last month as far as trying to figure out how we could integrate with the DCC as far as handling some of these calls. It's going to take a little bit of time. There are some regulations that are kind of getting in the way currently that are preventing that from happening, but we've certainly been working with them and trying to get that moving in the right direction.
Yes, we heard about the barriers that the regulations present, so that's something that needs to be worked out, I guess, with perhaps some legislative changes. But overall, you see a bright future then for transferring some of these calls that particularly have contributed to the increase to fire rescue over to DCC over time.
Yeah, I mean, that was, that is the potential goal that we're trying to get to, where the DCCs could take and handle and give them better care than we currently can give them. It's just, right now, the legislation really isn't allowing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilor Rothenberg and then Councilor Labarge.
If we wanted to analyze your records to understand what the potential increase of handoffs to DCC could be, what would be the types of calls we would be looking for that those could have been the ones?
So,
if not for the regulation.
I don't want to completely answer for the DCC, but some of the things we were discussing were some of the mental health emergencies. That was really the big one. I don't know if anybody else wants to speak that was in that meeting.
I know we met with Michelle and Meredith a few weeks back. Some of the calls that they were looking at getting into were obviously the mental health emergencies, as well as the unconscious and fainting unknown man downs that we frequently go on to. So with just those 2, actually it would be 3, so it would be the mental health emergencies, unknown man downs, and the unconscious fainting individual. That's about 16% of our call volume. So almost 1,968 in 2023, and then about, I think, 950-ish in the previous year. So those would be the types of calls that we were looking to hand off to them once OEMS and the other state regulations got changed. I know Meredith mentioned it last night that that's one of the sticking points. Because we're mandated, we're legally obligated to respond to these calls, and once we're there, we're obligated to either obtain a refusal from the patient or bring them to the hospital. We can't deviate from that currently. Ideally, a lot of those calls would be either us and the DCC co-responders would go to, and then we would leave, they would take over. But unfortunately, the legislation doesn't allow us to do that yet. I know Meredith and Michelle are working with the state reps now to hopefully get that changed. So long term, that would definitely be the goal that we're all looking for. And that would be about 16% of our call volume. So that would...
There were 120 times that you guys were tied up, and I assume some of them could have been those?
Correct.
And do you know, when we get mutual aid, what is the cost to us? And what is the cost? What is the revenue when we give mutual aid? Just like on a call by call?
So currently for mutual aid, there's no cost. The downfall is it takes time for another community to get to the emergency. We respond to their communities and they respond to our communities. Ideally, we would like to have 0 times where all our ambulances are tied up and we have to call in, but currently that's not the case.
I think it was Councilor Labarge and then Councilor Elkins.
Let her go. She has.
Okay, I did, actually.
Thank you.
So I'll let you go first, because you had your hand up.
I have a question. I have residents who have called the fire department like 2 o'clock in the morning, because I know they live right across the street from me. And then they complained, and I did talk with the chief at that point. They complained about from West Stanton Road to the Cooley Deck, how expensive it was to use the ambulance. Is there a reason for charging such an extremely high price?
Bill, do you want to, I'll have the EMS.
So
Thank you.
the reason is the cost to run the ambulance and maintain the ambulance. So each ALS ambulance we have, it costs over $1 million to have that run 24/7, 7 days a week. So those rates are, we compare them to the other local communities, and we adjust them accordingly. So they're all standard in this area. Once you get out past Worcester, they're going to be even more, unfortunately. So those costs are all set in order to maintain the ambulance. And the downside of, we're setting one rate, and then the state and federal government decide they don't want to pay that rate. So the Medicaids and Medicares only pay about 70% of what is actually billed and charged. So then that has to get offset somewhere else.
I want to thank the fire department for everything you do in the city for us. I see the ambulance on West Stanton Road, I can't tell you how many times. And I know where you're heading for. I know who needs to be taken care of. And I want to thank you all in your department for what you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Elkins.
I was noticing, I looked back at last year's budget, and it looks like there was a 9% increase in calls last year, and so my question is two parts. One is do you have a sense, sort of year over year, of what the increase has been sort of since COVID, like let's say in the last 4 or 5 years? And then so we've kept staffing levels static for a number of years now. How close are we to needing to adjust that?
We're there. I've been in discussions with the mayor and Charlene over our concerns, and I mentioned it in my presentation. We're pushed to the limits right now, and I've made it known, and it's a concern as the fire chief, concern for our members, and how a lot of the calls they do are very stressful, and they're not just going down the street and checking a smoke detector and then coming home. They deal with some traumatic stuff, and it just they're not getting the break they need in between calls. We've been in discussions, and there's been talk of it, and it just hasn't happened yet, but we're discussing it.
Sort of a follow-up to that. So when there's a need to, because of the sort of unit nature of what this is, does that mean if we expand, we have to expand by that minimum number?
So there's a couple of different ideas we have, but I could tell you potentially it's hiring 8 more and adding an additional ambulance to the floor.
And what?
We would just up our minimum from 13 to 15.
Do we have a price for that?
I don't have exact numbers currently, but I could certainly get them. I know we had discussed it, and it was, personnel-wise, it was like 800, around 800,000 for the personnel. And then, the overtime would be increased, and
The cost of the ambulance.
the ambulances are currently, 575,000.
Do you have another question? I was curious about, I was curious about the DCC, so thank you for that, Counselor. I'm also curious about the partnership with Smith Folk. Is that still something going on?
Yeah, so we still have internships there that we work with them, and it's been great. We actually just hired an individual that did an internship with us last year, and he's currently working with us now.
I love that.
So, yeah, it's great. And we'll continue to do that and partner with them. It's a great school, and I got nothing but great things to say about it.
I'm glad that's working out. And also, you did get your ladder truck?
We did.
How is
Thank
it?
you.
How's it going?
It is incredible.
They
Good.
need it.
It works.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Let me see. Counselors, do you have any other comments? Is this?
Now I realize we don't know who on
Yeah,
that
I
sign-up
know.
sheet
That's
may
a-
want to speak to
Well,
fire
you know
rescue.
what?
so-
If there's anyone in the room that would like to make a comment or ask a question of fire rescue, please just raise your hand. Let me just check online. I don't see any hands. I think we're good. Oh, someone did raise their hand. Hold on. Okay. Michelle, can you unmute? Yeah, there we go.
Yep.
It's a little loud.
Quick question. I know that it's a stressful job. Thank you for everything you do. At some point, and I know at times it drives a lot of overtime, which also increases the stress of the job itself. At what point adding staffing becomes more effective, both from a financial standpoint and also from basically alleviate the stress and a better service and help the people basically in your department? Is there a threshold that after so many hours of overtime, it becomes more efficient just to add staff?
So, yes, I don't disagree that having more staffing would solve a lot of the problems. Unfortunately, we have financial constraints that we need to work under. Ideally, like I was saying, and we were discussing, I would love to be able to have 2 more people per shift with another ambulance and have extras on each, so the overtime wouldn't become an issue. But it's just financially, right now, feasible. Is that?
Yes, thank you. Yes, Councilor Rothenberg.
So as far as attracting people, I mean, I want to know about what you want, right? Not what you think necessarily is possible. And it sounds like what you want is about $1.5 million for this increased staffing in the ambulance. And if you had that increased staffing, but you didn't have overtime, do you think that people would want to come here because the job would be easier, even though they would be losing that bonus?
So, to be clear, if we increase the $1.5 million, that's not going to solve the overtime problem, because we would be increasing the minimum staffing per shift. If we did have more personnel on top of that, then certainly that would help a lot of problems with the overtime, et cetera.
And is that appealing to firefighters or EMS workers, to where you don't have a lot of overtime, but you have a manageable shift? Is that an attractant?
Potentially for some. I can't believe today that we have a hard time hiring for a lot of professions, but for me, I love my profession, and I can't believe more people aren't interested in it. When I started, there was hundreds of people on the list to try to get in, and now we post for a firefighter position and we get 5 people sign up. So it's completely changed, and like I said, I have speculations, but I don't know.
Councilor.
Yes. In regards to the Ward 3 counselor, that problem is just not here. It's many, many cities having that problem. It's really bad.
Well, if there are no more questions, thank you very much for your time tonight.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we're going to hear from the police department. Captain Cartledge.
Sure.
Good evening, welcome.
Councilors,
Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me here tonight. I appreciate this, and this is my first time presenting a budget, so go easy on me, please.
Okay.
Just gonna wait for the slideshow.
Get a slideshow.
All right, good evening. I'm Interim Chief of Police John Cartledge. Thanks again for having me here tonight. I'd just like to run through a short presentation for everybody, and at the end, feel free to ask questions along the way. Also, if you'd like some highlights from 2023 from the Police Department. We were reaccredited by the Mass Police Accreditation Commission, which we do every 3 years. A team of assessors comes to our police department and goes through our whole department, all our policies and procedures, the way we operate, to assure that we're complying at a higher level than other departments that are not accredited. Let's see. We also continue to participate in restorative justice program. This is an alternative to prosecution. It's a way for us to alleviate someone potentially being charged criminally. 11 cases were referred last year and 4 were accepted by the program. During this type of program, the person being accused of the crime gets to meet the victim and they work things out among themselves, and there's no prosecution in those cases. We're still continuing with voluntary submission to the FBI National Use of Force database. This is something, as it says, we do voluntarily. Any type of use of force situation that we're involved in, monthly, we report it to the FBI. They kind of monitor other police departments that do this and assure that we're complying with the use of force criteria established. On our website, we still provide open data relative to our daily operations and statistics that people can go on and see anytime they'd like. Our staff, including our civilian staff, attended 5,898 professional development hours of training, including ABLE, which is duty to intervene, leadership, technical skills, and many other areas. We are now under POST, which is the Police Officers Standards and Training. We have to comply with POST as far as certification of officers, training, and other things that are now required by police in Massachusetts. We responded to 2,367 public records requests, so that's a lot of requests. Our Records Bureau is only 3 people, and they do that daily with all the requests that come in, and get those out to the people who wanted them. Some of the community events that we are involved in, this is just a snapshot, but we are involved in the RADS Kids Safety Education class. Kids of all ages can come in. We have instructors that teach them how to be safe in life, safe in the community, some minor self-defense stuff, things like that. We had a traffic safety event at the 3-County Fair. We participate in community events such as the parades, ceremonies, and holiday events. We also continue with a Coffee with a Cop. This is where a location will invite us there. We'll invite the public to join us for coffee and speak with the public about any concerns or information they want to discuss with the police, just over coffee, basically. We also have a Stuff a Cruiser event, which was very successful. This last year was at Walmart. Members of the public can go into Walmart. They buy a toy or food. This year we got bicycles, scooters, and a lot of bigger things. And then we bring them to the Survival Center, and they're given out to families in need who, just less fortunate families. During last year, 2023, our police department responded to 30,207 calls for service. 401 calls were stacked, which means that we did not have an officer to send to the call. We were not meeting our call volume, which means the caller did not receive a rapid response from the police, officers waiting for backup, and not available for other things such as traffic enforcement that the residents may have requested, as far as speeding, crosswalk violations, other things like that. In our system, when we're dispatched, it's called IMC, and the dispatchers can keep track of where the officers are, who's on a call, who's available. So we created an officer stack so we can keep track of how many calls go unanswered or are delayed in our response. Our department made 589 arrests. We conducted 564 or investigated 564 motor vehicle collisions. 483 of those were of $1,000 damage or personal injury, which that's the threshold for reporting it to the registry of motor vehicles and to your insurance company. Those are considered more significant accidents. We investigated 98 operating under the influence liquor or drug cases. The person was either charged or arrested for those offenses. The officers, other than accidents and arrest reports, the officers wrote 2,504 incident reports or offense reports. These could be anything from a shoplifting, someone reporting a theft at a bank from their bank account, any type of other call that we might not have investigated, like an accident. We wrote 3,424 motor vehicle citations. Our detective bureau investigated 265 cases, and they had a clearance rate of 83.4%. We responded to 1,260 mental health calls, 811 of those were where the police responded alone because our co-responders, which are the clinical support options co-responder in our station, were not available either on another call or just not working that shift. We responded to 387 calls with a co-responder, and 62 of those calls, 62 additional calls, a co-responder responded without the police. One of the other areas I'd like to highlight is we have an amazing civilian staff, which some people just never meet because they're in the building all day and really busy. This is just a snippet of their job and duties. We have an administrative assistant who assists the chief and captains. She does payroll administration, budget preparation, website maintenance, oversees building maintenance projects, and updates policies. We have a training and accreditation coordinator who coordinates and schedules training for all the department personnel, coordinates and oversees department accreditation, and writes and manages all of our departmental grants. We have a records supervisor who supervises the record staff, oversees the public records requests, reviews and edits all reports, submits annual statistical reports to the chief, and maintains office supplies. Our records assistant processes accounts payable warrants, manages officer clothing allowances, responds to records requests, schedules, and submits invoices for outside details. Our records principal clerk processes traffic accident reports, maintains crime statistical reports, processes permit applications. Our court administrator, who is a civilian who is a liaison with the court, she processes all departmental court paperwork. She's a liaison with the court, conducts daily hearings at the courthouse, schedules officers for court, and handles alarm billing for the department. We also have 2 animal control officers. One's full-time and one's part-time. They respond daily to animal calls, both domestic and wild, handle complaints from the public. They enforce city ordinances related to animal complaints and takes proactive measures in highly problematic areas regarding animal complaints. Some of the staffing challenges that we still face, we call them unavailable officers. When patrol officers are out due to on-duty injuries, family medical leave, military leave, field training, etc. It creates shift vacancies that must be filled by other officers. From July 2023 through May of 2024, we averaged 9 police officers per month who were unavailable to fill shifts. This results in having to pay overtime to officers who fill them. We have minimum staffing levels that must be met for officer safety and the safety of the community. Our typical staffing is minimum staffing is 1 supervisor, 4 patrol areas for the entire city, and 1 Main Street officer, which is either a bike officer or a walking beat, and then 1 officer in the station. What I'd like to stress is that 1 call, a significant accident, a breaking and entering, a cardiac arrest, a dead body, calls of this nature could take 1 to 2 to 3 officers for a significant amount of time. So when we hear, we have 5 officers working per shift, 2 of them could be tied up for hours on a call, which leaves the city with 3 officers for the rest of the time. So, like I said, we created the officer stack to kind of keep track of calls that were going undispatched, and calls had to wait for additional officers to be available again. The next slide here, it just shows the overtime. So the orange bar, part of the bar graph, is signed hours, which means if we look ahead and we see that a shift is open, we would put it out in our like detail software. The officers can bid on overtime, and then they can sign it. The blue part is the forced hours, which means that no one signed it. An officer could have worked 8 hours already, and then they're the next in line to be held over. They have to cancel their plans. They work another 8 hours, and this just creates a revolving door of people being tired, canceling plans. They worked 16 hours. They have to be back in the next day. So as you can see, the overtime's still kind of high. So when the officers are signing or get forced overtime, they are getting paid time and a half for that. The result is burnout, exhaustion, poor retention, and safety for both the officer and the city. So our first group of student officers that you graciously gave us last year just graduated the academy in March of this year. And they're in field training right now, which they'll be completing in July or August. 4 additional student officers began the academy in May and will graduate in October and be ready to fill vacant positions in early 2025. Until then, we can expect overtime costs to be high. As you can see, the overtime hours for shift fills, it did drop since the last fiscal year, from 3,701 hours to 2,786 hours. And these hours do not include unanticipated overtime. So at the end of a shift, you have a big call. If you work day shift and you get out at 3 o'clock, you get an accident at 2:30, you're back at the station at 3:30, whatever time. You're expected to complete your paperwork before you go home. So there's where the unexpected overtime comes in. So just to explain a little bit more about what a student officer is. A student officer is a newly hired employee who is not a sworn officer. They must be between 21 and 37 years of age, pass a medical exam and a physical ability test. They are then required to successfully complete 5 months of the police academy, and then after that spend 4 to 5 months in field training, which is a rigid, highly documented field training program where they're with an FTO, field training officer, every day. They're rated every day on their performance to make sure we get the best quality person for our money. Once trained, that's when they will be able to fill vacancies. Having student officers does not increase the number of patrol officers. It simply allows us to start the hiring and training process early, so they will be able to fill vacancies. We will be able to fill vacancies ahead of time. And then the graph just shows our shift numbers right now. So what keeps an officer at Northampton Police? A lot of this stuff we hear at the police interview initially. Northampton is a vibrant arts and cultural city with a bustling downtown, and it offers so much to the residents and the visitors that come here. We have a commitment to the community. Like I said, the candidates who interview with us, and they research Northampton. If they're not from here, they want to be an officer here in Northampton. They tell us this stuff all the time, and that's why we attract the people we do. They also mention that we're accredited. We've been accredited since 2002, and we were the 6th in the Commonwealth, which is a really good thing. We operate at a high level of standards and training. A lot of the things that people who interview with us bring up that another reason they're attracted to our department. We have many specialty assignments. For a department of our size, we're one of the bigger ones in Hampshire County, if not the biggest. We have bike patrol, community liaisons, crime scene officers, accident reconstruction officers, field training officers, DART officers, coffee with a cop. We have the Ice Bucket Challenge coming up next weekend at Look Park during Christmas. We dress up as elves and do the Santa's trains, and the Stuff a Cruiser event, which I spoke about earlier. Our officers are well-trained and well-rounded, and as an agency, we try to be a role model for other agencies in the whole country. So, thank you. I appreciate everyone listening, and if you have any questions,
Yeah, thank you.
yours.
Thank you. Okay, we'll start with some counselors. Counselor Labarge.
Thank
My
you.
book of statistics out here.
You did fine.
Yeah, I like your pictures.
I would like to talk about the animal control officer.
Okay.
Okay, she's at $60,796. And then we have the assistant at $32,258. My question is, yes, we need a dog officer. But
Yes.
my question is, when I had talked with you, did you ever find out about Smith Voc? Because when there was a problem in Ward 1 about taking Smith Voc, come in with the city of Northampton. So maybe Mayor, since you're here, I appreciate it. I try to call Mike Callahan, and I don't know if he's away or what, but I'd like to know, is that ever going to happen where they're going to have one of the buildings being occupied as a shelter for the dogs? Because right now I'm being told they're in Amherst, and we're paying $3,000 for them to go there. So what's the update with a shelter here at Smith? Thank you.
So first of all, Smith Voc is graduating right now at this moment as we speak, so congratulations to all the graduates of 2024 from Smith Vocational. So yes, we have been looking to build an animal control facility there at that location. Shortly after we had come up with that plan, one of their buildings burnt down, one of their roofs blew off. There was a lot that happened right at that time. They also had some other plans where they were going to be building a building for with Hilltown Health, so there was just all of these things that have kind of been in flux. They are just going to be breaking ground on their new horticultural building soon. So that, and in conjunction with the fact that building anything right now is incredibly expensive. So we did some initial plans, and the siting where we had planned to build this building the siting where Smith Voc had allowed us to build the building has some challenges in terms of tying into water and sewer. So we are still trying to look at that location as a possibility, but it's proving to be an expensive location. We do still need an animal control facility. So as you remember from that discussion, Amherst is not ideal for many reasons. One, they only do dogs. So Chief can tell you, there are cats, snakes, skunks, possums. I've seen all sorts of.
Multiple different things I don't want to.
How about llamas?
I don't know if you guys have ever brought a llama in.
Yeah.
Maybe through the Sally Port. So there are lots of other animals that we need space for that end up in the station. So Amherst only takes dogs. They don't take pregnant dogs. They don't take dogs that need to be quarantined. There are a whole host of dogs that they won't take. So it proves really challenging to use that location. And we're sort of at the whim of whether they want to contract with us year to year. So we're still looking to create that facility, but a lot has happened over at Smith Folk in the last couple of years.
Thank you for the update. I appreciate that. Okay, so that answers my question with that one, because you didn't know either.
No.
And
And it also, just to expand on the mayor, like I said, our animal control officers would have to drive to Amherst to take care of the animal, feed it, obviously numerous times a day. On the weekends, they would have to go there to feed it and make sure everything's good. So just because it's housed there, like, we still take care of it, so it's an additional expense to.
right, what is it, like 25,000 or something? What is the expense?
I'm not sure of the number, Counselor, but I'm just saying, like, our animal control officers would have to be either out of the city for a numerous amount of hours,
Exactly.
or on the weekend come in on overtime to feed the animals too, so.
Okay, also too, you have 2 vacancies, patrol officers, right?
So right now, there's 4 in field training, and we have 4 in the current academy. Those are gonna fill all of our vacancies right now. So once the academy just started last week, so that's 6 months, and then 4 to 5 months of field training. So after that group is done, if nothing else changes, we'll be at even staffing, but that's over a year away.
Okay. I want to get back to the dog control officer quickly. On the vehicle, because I remember we approved that.
Yes.
Which was fairly new. What year is it?
We have a Ford Lightning that's all electric, that the year of the vehicle, pretty new. It could be a 22, I'm not sure of the year. but I can
Something like
find out.
that.
But
So she takes it home with her and
no,
everything?
she doesn't take it home. We have a charging station on our parking deck, and it just stays there.
That's good to hear
Typically.
that.
But it's been great. It's no issues yet, and
All right, so in the book, it says 2 vacancies here for patrol, and then 1 for a captain. That's your
That's me.
position?
yes.
Okay, I guess I'm fine.
We're going to go to Counselor Moulton and then Counselor Jarrett online. Just want to say that so I don't forget about you. Counselor Moulton.
Thank you. Thanks, Chief, for the presentation. I want to go back to the student officers. There was some discussion about that last year when they were approved by the council, and the intent was to create a pathway for having officers ready to go to the academy when there was availability. It looks like you've had 1 group of student officers just graduated this past March. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and then you've got those 3 positions are filled right now, and they're the ones that will be going to the academy in the fall.
So we had the three that the council approved are now in field training, but since that time, we've had more vacancies happen. So we have 4 people in the academy right now, and 3 of them are like the Northampton Police student officers, and 1 is a police officer, you know. So the problem is the academy also calls them student officers. So if we say we have 4 student officers in the academy, 3 are the ones you approved last year, and 1 is a police officer, student officer.
Right, so I guess my question is now that we've had a year's experience with these positions, that were not intended to be filled for, a very long time, but we intended to be sort of a holding place for student officers who are going to go to the academy, is it working the way that you had foreseen? Has it given you that ability to send your student officers right away to the academy when there is availability?
It's been great. So once we see a vacancy, like someone announces their retirement, or we have a vacancy that we just know about that's coming, we can now start the process so much earlier and get them up and running and scheduled to go to the academy. Sometimes, if we can, we'll start them like desk training, just so they know, because that's part of the training as well. So it's been great.
Right, and as you pointed out in one of your slides, they are doing things, they're not sworn officers as they're filling these positions as students, but they're doing things that are helpful to the department in those positions until they get to the academy. Okay,
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, we're going to take President Jarrett. Hi.
Thank you. Hi, hello everyone. Thank you, Captain Cartledge, for that presentation. I had a couple questions one is about the officer stack. Could you, were they all emergency calls, or how many were urgent calls versus routine of those 400 and so calls?
So I don't have the exact numbers, but I would say that there was no emergency calls that would be stacked. We would either call mutual aid if we really needed to, or we would disregard another call and send the officers to the emergency. So we would never not respond to an actual emergency. We would just prioritize the calls, either call someone off of a call they're on, and then stack that one, go to the emergency, then come back to the call that's less priority.
Thank you. And then I was curious how you prioritize traffic stops. For example, there's a traffic stop for clear safety issues such as speeding or dangerous or erratic behavior versus a broken taillight or other issue that doesn't present an immediate safety concern.
Well, we certainly focus on the types of traffic stops that would create safety, as you mentioned, speeding, crosswalk violations, and all the high problem areas that we know about. We have traffic grants that are awarded from the state that allow us to focus on distracted driving, such as holding cell phone in your hand when you're driving. There's OUI enforcement. There's click it or ticket. There's speeding enforcement. So each segment of the grant, it's usually a month at a time, will focus on a certain area of traffic enforcement. As far as the minor violations, I don't have the numbers for you, so I would say that, so I guess possibly on the overnight shift, if there was a cracked taillight and there was other circumstances that the officer thought it could be a potential OUI, like if they swerved over the lines or something like that. But I don't have the stats for that, like if it's just a cracked taillight, if we would stop that or not. I'd have to do that.
Yeah, I'd be curious. I would be curious to know that information as far as if it's those low-level issues. Would you stop just for that, or as you said, there would need to be another type of behavior in order to stop?
Yep, I could look into that for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And then my last question is about the Division of Community Care. I'm curious, how you are working with them now, and how would you see working with them in the future if laws are changed to allow that 911 integration?
So as Chief Pilas said, we've had several meetings with the DCC. They've all been productive, and I think we have a great working relationship with them. Kelly from Dispatch and I and Chief Pilas are still trying to figure out a way where if someone calls the police department or dispatch up at the fire headquarters, that we can ask a bunch of questions from the caller, and if they're all no, then they go to another set of questions. Then if they're all no, then that could potentially be a DCC call, because we want to rule out that it's not a medical call, it's not a mental health call where they need a clinician-type service, that there's, safety is obviously an issue. We wouldn't want to send the DCC on a call that they could potentially be in a safety risk type situation. So we have referred the DCC, some of our calls to the DCC, but right now it's more of the supervisor will hear the call come in and listen to the facts of the call and then decide that we could probably send the DCC, dispatch will call them, and then they'll go out on the call. They've helped us with some of the houseless encampments in town and been successful in helping us with some of those. Right now it's kind of a call-by-call basis, just because we don't have a list of calls that were actually, like, from the police side of it. These calls can be automatically given to the DCC, but we're certainly working with them to make sure we can integrate, like Chief Peel said as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To follow up on that, would you say the same types of calls are the types that you're looking to reroute, as Chief Peel has said?
I think so. Yeah, it's, like I said, like coming from, I've been here 29 years, so I don't, like, even a call that someone was trespassing, just for example, like in an ATM, we get a lot of those calls. Someone sleeping in the ATM, well, they could be trespassed, they could be violent when they wake up, they could need medical assistance. So although I would love to send the DCC, it's like trying to protect them as well too. So we're just trying to figure it out still. But
So you're looking for a no to all of those questions. Could it be violent? Could it be medical? And a maybe is a deal breaker for DCC right now.
It's called the Denver Star model, I believe, and I don't know if Kelly from Dispatch is gonna speak about that, but I looked at it a few times already, and it is essentially like a set of questions. If they're all no, then the next set, and if they're all no, then, but it doesn't rule out everything. It's just more helpful guide.
Councilor Dobbs.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I was just curious how many police cruisers the police department owns, and like how many new ones that you purchase per year. And also just another basic question about cruisers is like how long does a cruiser last, and how much does like it cost overall to get new ones? But just overall, like.
Those are good questions.
Sorry. Yeah.
So I don't have an exact number. So we have, I'll say up front, the line cars you see every day patrolling are our most recent purchases, because they're better. We want to maintain the best fleet for the everyday services. So I would say have a supervisor car and I don't know, maybe 6, 7 line cars, we consider them, which are used every day 24/7. So they're used a lot. Then we have a backup set of cars, which are used in case one of them is out for service, or we have a parade in town where we need more traffic, or a natural disaster happens, we obviously need more cruisers. But those are used intermingling with the line cars that we consider upfront line cars. And then we have some that are reserved for details, like traffic details. If a vendor requires, at nighttime a lot, they require a cruiser, or it's a busy intersection, they would require a cruiser for that too. So we have an older set, which are fairly old. So a total number, I can get that to you.
Okay.
I don't have it off the top of my head. How much they cost? Oh boy, anywhere from, I think they're around, with all the gear and everything, I'm just guessing 60 to 80,000, but that's just a average guess.
Awesome, thank you. Appreciate that.
Did that answer everything?
Yeah, definitely, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for the presentation. Not bad for your first go. So I know one of the ways that the police department absorbed the cuts from 2020 was cruisers. And there's been a little bit of kind of catch up over the last several years. How are we on that? Where are we getting close to kind of the rotation being filled so that we're not playing catch up?
So the cruisers they're now part of the CIP budget, so we typically get asked for three per year. So we have a detective bureau who has cruisers, unmarked cars as well, and there's some other unmarked cars. So we have Sergeant Liptak is our fleet manager, and he does a phenomenal job. And so we're on a 5-year rotating plan, and he has everything in order. But basically, 1 year we'll get 3 line cars, the actual patrol marked cars. The next year we'll get 2 and a supervisor car, which is basically the same thing without the light bar on the top. Then the next year, if an administrator needs a car or one of the detectives needs a car, that would be rotated in. So I didn't answer that part of your question. So the older cars, we have donated some when they get fairly not patrol worthy to Smith Voc. We've donated to the DPW, I believe, to IT. So when they get offline, basically, we've also sold some to other municipalities on Municibid, it's called. So we always have the same number of cars, just depending where we're at, we get rid of the oldest ones typically. So that's kind of where we're at.
And just to follow up, I from the CIP advisory committee, I feel like we hear this every year when we do the SIP, but do you remember off the top of your head, there's a pretty extraordinary amount of miles put on these cars every year. Do you have that off the top of your head?
It is. I'm just looking quick here. So I have repair costs, but not mileage that I can find in my notes here. Actually, the average vehicles are 30,000 miles a year. So they're running, and with the hybrids, they're supposed to sit and charge too. So there is downtime on the shifts if the officers are typing reports so that we get the charging. But for FY '22, repairs and maintenance were $57,797. FY '23 was $66,788, and year to date is $43,000 for repairs. That's the whole fleet though. So the mileage is around 30,000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hey there, I have 3 questions. I was curious about overtime. I mean, is there a certain amount of desired overtime? Do some officers just want to be, taking it on? Or, there's the unexpected or the kind of, you called forced time. But how much of, I know there's extra, positions and work that officers take on electively.
So, yeah, there's a few factors that go into it. There is some desired overtime, but when the officers are being held over, so by contract, if you're held over within your 4-day rotation, you cannot be held over again in that 4-day rotation, so it goes to the next person. So everyone keeps track of who got held, because when your time's up, then it's your turn, obviously. So, but some of the overtime does get signed willingly. It's just when there's so many holdovers, no one's gonna voluntarily sign it typically because you're in the pipeline to get held over. So if you sign one day and then the next day it's your turn. Just because you signed the day before doesn't mean you're exempt from getting held the next day, so it's kind of like playing the lottery, I guess, but.
Yeah.
And then in the summertime, with all the traffic details that the officers work outside, like direct, Damon Road and all the other construction sites you see, they're working those as well, which, they're paid by the vendor, not the city, but that takes a toll, standing in the sun all day, then working your shift or working the overnight shift and then signing a detail till noon or whatever. So that's extra money too they're making. So if you work a detail all day and then you work your shift and then you get held over, then you're up for like 20 hours. So that's not good either, But I'd say a good number of it gets signed without forced, but a lot of it's forced.
Yeah.
Chart, if you want to bring, I don't know, you can bring that on page 5.
But yeah, so Alan's going to bring it up, but page 5 of the presentation, it shows from last July to now. December was a lot, but I don't know why. Most of it was signed, but it's not really a lot. In this chart, it looks like more often than not, the officers did sign it more. There's some months like April, last month, most of it was forced. And like last August, there was more forced overtime, but that could depend on a variety of factors that depends who's working. Newer officers might work more overtime because they just got out of the academy and they need more, make more money, or Christmas is coming and the officers want to make more to buy more Christmas gifts, different things.
That might explain the December.
Yeah, that could be right before Christmas.
Right. Thank you for that. And then I had a question about the student officers. I mean, you're assessing them when you're training them. Do some drop out or some just deemed kind of not suitable? Does it always work out, or?
So this first group that
I guess it's only been one group, yeah.
And they have been great.
Okay.
It's good because, like you just said, we get to meet them ahead of time, and we do, a background investigation, make sure they're suitable for a job and being an officer down the road. And yeah, if we felt like they were not going to fit in here or be a good officer, we would move them to a different path.
Right. Okay, and then my last question was about determining the metric you use to determine staffing levels, and I realize you've stepped into a role. Yes. And thank you, actually. I wanted to thank you for stepping in and stepping up and taking the role of interim chief.
You're welcome.
And responding to something that the community really needed. So the staffing levels, I mean, is it based on population? Is it based on you've inherited basically a structure, but.
So these staffing levels, I'll be totally honest, I can't find it in writing anywhere, but these have been since the beginning of time.
Right.
Like our staffing levels, I've been on 29 years, they've never changed, and it's actually crazy to me, like Chief Pilas was saying, that our staffing levels, or so we have different areas, sectors of the city for our patrols, just so we can keep track of who's where. So there's Main Street, then there's area 1 through 4. 1 is like Pond Street and downtown up to the Coolidge Bridge. 2 is like North King, Walmart. 3 is West Hampton Road up to like Glendale area, and 4 is Look Park and Leeds. So one patrol officer for each section.
It's not enough.
In my opinion, it's not. Like I said, if you get a big call, or you need to pull people from Florence to a fight at a bar, or you have to send people up to a bad accident in Leeds, there goes all your resources. So although it might look like we have a lot of police, or it's just one officer for each of those areas. So that's just for a safety standpoint. We've always gone by that standard. It's been here before I was on, and we, at some of the shifts, we do have more, but that's because of, so our officers work 3 different rotations. So 2 days you work with one group, 2 days you work with the next group. So some days you might have more. So if we have more, we'll put 2 Main Street officers or 2 bikes, so we have more presence downtown. Or we might put a traffic car on, or a utility, we call them. So if Area 4 up in Leeds needs a backup, instead of pulling from another area, we'll use the utility car and they can go back up. It's kind of like a backup car. You just go where you're needed. So I would never drop below where we're at right now as far as how we break up the staffing, and having one supervisor on at times it's not ideal, because if you have a person who's under arrest or someone comes in and needs a supervisor, and then an officer on the street needs a supervisor, they're not available. So midnight shift gets the most junior people typically. So the supervisor might have 15 years on experience, and all the people on their shift have less than a year experience. So they need supervision and more questions answered and things like that. So, you know, sometimes we will add a supervisor on the weekends when it's busy for half a shift to give them support. But, you know, that's just trying to help them out a little.
Well, that begs a last question, which is, I mean, has it ever been done to have mutual aid, like with fire rescue, with other nearby communities?
So we have called mutual aid only when we couldn't, so we would call mutual aid if all our officers were tied up and calls kept coming in, or if an accident happened on Route 5 or something, we would call state police and be like, could you please, like, they won't typically take an accident if it's off the ramp or the highway. You know, they will call us. And same, if the accident happened on the ramp, they'll call us to go, you know, we'll call them to go respond there. So we do call mutual aid, but it's only to cover immediate needs of the city. It's not like, can you come over here for a whole shift because we need you? Because then they're short, you know. So we kind of like mix when we can, but it's only for short times.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Council.
Thank you. Just one more question. All right, so we have an academy. We have to pay for them to go there, correct? So they come out, and I've seen them. I've been here as a counselor for a long time. They only stay for a small period of time. They're gone. Right?
Sometimes, yeah.
I've seen it. Anyways, my question is, how much does it cost the city to send them to that academy? Do they have a contract where they have to stay for a period of time, or what?
No, it costs $3,300 to go to the academy. That's just the academy fee, but before the academy, we have to outfit them with gear. Some they pay on their own, some the city pays, and then they're getting paid, hourly wage in that. But at the interview and so after an interview, we have our own physical fitness assessment, because the academy now requires 2 different physical fitness assessments. And the first group a while ago, we sent them to the academy one and they didn't do well. So, and then if you don't pass that one, you can't get in. So instead of us investing in all the money ahead of time, right after the interview, if we're going to move them along and think they're a good candidate, we'll invite them to a Northampton Police physical fitness test. It's the same standards as the academy. We'll go up to Look Park, run them through it. If they're close and they're good, we'll move them along. If they completely, if they're way out of bounds with the times or whatever, we'll say, please come, we'll consider you in the future, but we're not going to move you on. So, but during that time, the field training coordinator and the field training officers, that's who does this. Because at the interview, no one's really themselves. They're all uptight and stressed out and nervous usually. But at the physical fitness assessment, the group of supervisors and officers get to meet them like on a personal level, and that's when we get a read on them, like actually who they are and a good personality, you know, and see if it's someone who we really want to invest in too. So it's kind of like a second interview, but they don't know it, so it's helpful.
Question, please, one more question.
Of course.
I also have concerns here about the speed trailer. You don't have it anymore?
If we do, I don't think it's operational. We do have the covert ones that we use for the traffic and TPC meetings and stuff to get the speed data. And we do have some that are, you see them on the light poles, and when you get close, then the speed pops up and it shows you, but the trailer, I can check on that. I haven't seen it out, and I think it's.
Oh, because people have asked me about that. I have to say, our director is here from DPW. She has really, in the police department, helped us out on West Stanton Road. It's a speed trap, and also on Florence Road, dire speed trap. And it's like, today, the police were out on West Stanton Road again. Before, 5 people were down at that intersection on the ground. And my neighbors called, and I went to their house, 5 of them on the ground. It's bad out there. What is it gonna take in order to go ahead and make our police department be able to operate where there is more police presence? Especially with what's occurring with the speeding, the motorcycles, all this.
So the speeding, so every month, our traffic supervisor, Sergeant Barsh, emails Kelly at dispatch with speeding problem areas. And so Kelly loads them into our computer system. At the beginning of every shift, the dispatcher will go look at the assignments of the shifts, radio to the officer, and say, you have a speeding enforcement card, like we call it a card, speeding enforcement thing to do on West Hampton Road or wherever. So the officer knows they have to do it. It pops up on their laptop in the cruiser, so they can't forget it. And they, if time allows and we're not busy, they will go do that. And so we do that every day, every shift. And although if you get called away, then that's where it goes by the wayside, you know, but they do a lot of them, and we try.
And I want to thank you for going up on Turkey Hill Road, talking with the residents up there. My ward is, I'm telling you, it's
They
unbelievable.
were surprised when I showed up at their lunchtime, but we had fun.
They were very happy, they told me.
It was I got to get out of the office and go up to Turkey Hill Road, so.
Thank you for your service and your department, but I'm hoping that somehow we can work it out to get you more staff, because it really is needed.
Like I said, with the traffic grants, we are able, that helps us get, because, you know, it's not an on-duty person, it's an extra person out there, so they can, you know, do their thing.
I mean, even Chesterfield Road, we're on it every day. It's terrible.
Look at the riffraff that lives out there.
Where I grew up.
God.
You have any more? No? Okay, I think the mayor wanted to step in.
Chief, I apologize, because I don't think I asked you to pull this, but, so this, in '23, you had about 30,200 calls, which is almost a 7% increase from the previous year. So you just said that your staffing, for as long as, so 29 years, it's remained the same number. Do you know how call volume has changed over time? I'm sorry, I didn't ask you this before.
I know it went up from last year, but before that, I know COVID was all.
Things dropped, yeah.
I do believe at some point recently, we were at 40,000 calls potentially, but.
So it's kind of bounced around.
Well, since last year, so.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
I have just a small handful of quick, short, sort of financial questions, so I'll speak up in case the mayor needs to answer any of them. There's also one weird question. Do you want to start with that or end with that?
Let's start with that.
Okay. I'm going to read you a post, and this is also for Director Lascalia later if you want to prep yourself. This is just hearsay for me right now, but caught my attention. This is a post on the Northampton Facebook page. It says, very sadly, a deer got hit by a car on North Farms Road and has passed away in my yard. Animal control won't take care of it because it's passed. DPW won't take care of it because it's not on the road. The suggestion from DPW was to find a neighbor and drag it into the road. I have 3 kids at home. And definitely don't want to make the road unsafe for other drivers. Does anyone know who would take the animal or help us out with this? Appreciate it. And it's from a very lovely young woman. So is that true? Can we not help, can our city not help a citizen who had a deer die in their yard?
I don't know the policy on that. We would, so if we responded and the deer was still alive, but it was hurt, we would take care of it, and call. I mean, typically, we would, I'm not throwing that on the bus, we would call the DPW, or if it's on a state road, call Mass Highway.
Okay, so I'll pick that back up.
I don't know if the environmental police would be of assistance or not too.
Okay. So then my rapid fire questions, much less awkward. Do you know about how many medical assistance calls you take, like for defibrillation or?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay, we can follow up on that. Do you know what the legal expenses associated with the police department are?
Like, what do you mean legal expenses as far?
Sort of like liability, so settlements and other things.
I don't have that with me.
Okay, we can follow up. Do you know how much we're paying for the consultant who's helping us search for a new chief of police?
I do.
Okay. Do you know how much you have in grant money?
Grants. So we have, do you want me to run through all the grants that we have?
Do you have a bottom line?
Oh, actually I do. $852,265.75.
Okay, great. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
I just wanted to say thank you for asking that, and that's one of my constituents, and I checked in with her later, and she said someone helped her, and now I'm really curious who helped her. So maybe I'll ask her more follow-up questions.
Is it possible to send any of those questions over to the mayor and the finance director? The questions that weren't answered was how much for the chief search, how much in legal expenses, and you probably don't know how many medical assistance calls there were.
Yes, we will work on it.
Okay, let's see about our public. I see one hand online. Oh, 2, 3. Anyone in the room? I didn't pass out the sheet, so I'm just checking. Okay, so I'll go to the ones. And so what we're going to do is maybe we'll let, I see a few, I see like 4 right now. Well, I'll probably let them speak, and then Councilor Moulton can collect the questions, and then we'll pause and let you answer them, so you don't have to answer them each person.
Sorry. And Chief, we're even letting folks sit down while we take the questions and public comment.
Oh, yeah, if you'd like.
Welcome to stay.
I'll stay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, Nan, unmute you. Okay.
Hi, and I apologize for this question. I'm pretty sure you're not going to have this information off the top of your head, but I do want to bring it out there. There were a couple of things that were mentioned about the animal control city kennel, proposed city kennel, and it doesn't match with what we found back when it was in Ward 2 and in Ward 1, and it wasn't that long ago. The feeding and care was covered by Amherst. We didn't have to bring it, and that actually was one of the problems our AC at the time had with it, is that she could not get in there. The city kennels only allow ACs in. Police can't get in. They're very heavily regulated by the state. So the feeding and care would be in there. I've also been told that Amherst does take cats. And there's very, we couldn't get numbers from the old AC, she hadn't kept them in a while, on how many animals are boarded per year or what type, and the cost. And it sounds like that's still up in there. I know our annual costs beyond salary, or without salary, is $25K per year, and that seems to be a kind of average. And she did say the number of dogs, and other, I don't know, snakes, but the number of dogs stayed pretty level. And she estimated 20 to 24. And I'm just wondering if there's costs associated with that. In other words, is there a way to get those? I'm pretty sure you're not going to have them on you right now, but I understand I know AC keeps good records. And if we could find out what kind of animals are coming in, there's serious costs related to this beyond the building. We have to reopen holidays and weekends if we have animals, snakes, kittens, whatever it is. So there's additional salaries there. And the state mandates very specific chemical cleaning that has to be done by a state certified. Now, the people that we spoke with have it done by an outside agency. So if you have an animal that's in there for an hour, you can't put another animal in until that pen is cleaned out. So I think there's a lot of cost behind the scene. I can definitely see that, like, it would be nice to have a place to place those animals, but the city kennel, state mandated type state, will really raise our costs through the roof. And
Ma'am, next time, if you could just finish your thought, please.
Yep. Just looking to see if I can get those numbers. Your number of animals, boards, the cost, and whether you're getting something different than we are that, they wouldn't be driving. No one wants to drive to Amherst right now, but it's like eventually that will go away. And I think the cost that we're going to bring and the additional salaries to do weekends and holidays are going to make this look a lot different if we have those, and we really haven't had them yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Nan. Okay. Oh, yes, Alan.
17,000 for the police.
Okay. In case anyone, Alan just shared 17,000 for the police search. Nothing to do with the animal shelter. Okay. And now, I see Kristen. Good evening, Kristen. Let's see.
Hi.
Hi. Apologies.
Kristen LB, Ward 7 resident. Just some questions. I'd love to know more about, ideally a lot more about your restorative justice program. Who heads that up specifically? What is the model used? What is the background of the person or the team that does that work? Kind of just any and all information you can provide. Curious about, I think you said 11 situations were deemed eligible and like 4 were selected to go through that program. It seems both of those numbers seem really low, and I just really curious about the criteria. And just, anything you can provide there. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Meg? Good evening. Hi, Meg. So Meg, I'm gonna go. No. Oh, you're here. I was gonna circle back, but if you're here, yeah.
I have a headset on. It doesn't like me to talk. I have this really wild headset. So thanks for the presentation. I'm curious to circle back to the CSO and the DCC respondents and co-responders, and I'm not aware of how that the legal legislation is, or what the licensing is that allows co-responders to go out with our officers and DCC can't. What I heard was dispatch decides what's a dangerous situation and what it isn't, but I think I also heard that CSO responders can go out by themselves. So I wonder what the relationship is with CSO and what licenses they hold, how that's routed through dispatch and that call is made, and how we will be working with DCC, because my understanding is that's going to be a real primary part of their job in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Dan, good evening. Oh, you know what? Could you also state your city and or address?
Yeah, hi everybody. Dan Kennedy. I'm Ward 4 in Northampton, 4B. I guess I'll keep these questions pretty short, just so that Sam's not trying to write down too much. I do tend to ramble though, so bear with me. I think the first thing I would like to ask is just for a little bit more clarification about the calls that are not responded to, and then emergencies, right? So it seems like there's a lot of calls that aren't responded to, but it seems like maybe those calls are not actually emergencies. So I'd love some clarification on that, sort of following on Alex's questions earlier. And then the other question that I have is a little pointed and targeted, so again, bear with me a bit, but I can't see clearly laid out in the budget about contractual obligations for raises for police employees, but I'm thinking about other departments that have also had contractual raises and how those have been sort of treated as the option is layoffs rather than budget increases, and specifically that even unions have been asked maybe to forego raises as a way to avoid layoffs and to keep the budget costs down. And how is that negotiated in the police department?
Is that all your questions?
That is all of them. Trying to keep it short.
Yeah. Well, I think you're our first avatar, so I really convinced that. Very cool. All right. Couple more. Wait. Oh. Kim. Hi.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Lambert. I live on Pines Edge Drive in Northampton, Ward 1. I'd like to ask the City Council and the City Government to revisit considering the override. Our city has a history of override overuse. We're never going to get rid of these increases. City government needs to take responsibility for making decisions that impact all sectors of the population. There are 9,000 elders in the city of Northampton. The majority of those are women. There's a very high rate of poverty among women who are older in Northampton. We need to consider how an override will impact the rents and the homeowners who are older. If Northampton truly wants to be an affordable city, we need to consider all populations of the city. I want to say that I have a lot of empathy for the teachers, for the education system. I do understand Northampton has a higher rate of children that are disabled, and that needs attention. That group of children need more attention, thus higher costs, but we have to take all citizens into consideration. And you're taking the easy way out to put an override on us at the next election. And I think it's because you want to give up responsibility for a very difficult decision that you really need to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. Deborah, good evening. Could you state your address or city? Oh, did I not?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
My name's Deborah Thompson, and I live in Florence, Massachusetts. And I'm just curious, I live near the high school, and we see police officers there a lot. As a citizen driving by, I'm very concerned. As a parent of a high school student, I'm also very concerned. And I do appreciate that there's officer support, obviously, when the school needs it. But if you could touch a little bit on that and why the increase so much lately and how that may be potentially affecting your budget or your service levels or staffing. And otherwise, thank you. We appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Deborah. Okay, I think we can pause now and relay some of those questions.
Okay. Let's talk first about the restorative justice program. The question was, who directs that? What's the model that's used, and what is the background of the team working on the restorative justice program? And also to address the questioner's concern that the numbers of cases that were referred, 11, and accepted 4, seemed low to her. What's the criteria for acceptance?
I wish I could speak more about this. I'm not directly involved, and I haven't been. I know we have Lori Spear, our court administrator, who's a civilian court administrator. She's directly involved. The program is the restorative justice program, I believe. There's a liaison from our department and someone from the program. I don't know much more than when they get some cases that are referred, they have something called a circle, which is where they meet at a location with the person who was, potentially going to be charged with a crime, with the victim, and they have mediators there, and they get to basically hash out the situation, and then there's some sort of ending to the situation after that. But as far as more details on that, I could get more. I just don't know. I haven't been in one of the circles, and I'm not sure what the criteria is for a case to be moved forward or not. I know that the victim, I believe the victim and the person involved on the other end have to be agreeable. That's the first step. But I'm not sure why the other cases were not put forward and why only 4 were selected. But it can be any crime, basically, that is put forward. It doesn't, there's no restriction as far as felony or misdemeanor. It can pretty much be any crime that is put forward to the restorative justice committee.
So who is the liaison in the?
Lori Spear.
Lori Spear.
Court administrator.
So if the public's interested in knowing more, Lori would be the person to talk to?
She could definitely give some more insight.
Okay.
So, Kristen, I can follow up with Lori and then email you more information if you're still out there.
Also, this is in partnership with the DA's office.
Right. So do you think
they could certainly give.
Okay.
That strikes me, and Counselor Perry's not here yet, he's delayed with the family thing, but that might be a good topic for community resources.
Yeah. Yeah. We talked about it at one of the PD tours. And yeah, it was interesting. So, but I can follow up with some of that for the resident. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So there's a question about distinguishing between DCC community responders and the CSO clinician who works with the police department. And the question was, why is that CSO clinician allowed to respond either with an officer or by themselves, whereas the DCC community responder, legally there are barriers right now? What's the distinguishing of?
So as Chief Pilas spoke about, most of the legal barriers not associated with safety from like our end of it are legal barriers by the fire medical response type situations. With our clinicians, our CSO responders, so they fall under a grant that we secured through clinical support options and the Department of Mental Health. That grant only allows CSO responders to be housed in a police department and respond with the police. Now, some of our officers, if the CSO is working, they may ride with them all day just to be with them, and then any type of mental health call that they want to, be dispatched to or go to, the officer will go just to have like kind of a partnership. If there's a call that comes in and the CSO determines they can go on their own or they feel comfortable, we kind of leave it up to them. Obviously, if there's a safety risk or any type of situation where it's unknown, we would go with the CSO, we'd pick up the CSO, or they would meet us at the call. So that's kind of the distinction. And I don't know their legal or training qualifications, but they all are like a certified clinician and can legally sign a Section 12, which is a involuntary committal to the hospital, which the police can do as well, but they're trained to do that as well and have more insight into the mental health world.
Mayor?
So, Chief, if you don't mind, so as we talked about last night, what DCC is a different model. It's we believe maybe we're the only place that has embedded this kind of response within public health. So this sort of co-responder model is done all out across the country, and the difference is that these are licensed clinicians, so they can go on these kind of calls. But we are trying to blaze a new path with DCC, and so that's why we have to work with the state and try and figure out a way forward there.
Oh, thanks.
Sure.
So the next question is more clarification about what qualifies as a call that is not responded to, those stacked calls. And Dan suggested that they're not emergencies, but what would elevate a call to an emergency versus being stacked?
So I would say if an officer was on a low-level call, but then an emergency came in, that low-level call the officer might get pulled off that call would get stacked, they'd go to the emergency, then the next officer available would go back to that original call. There would be no time where an emergency call would go unanswered. If we were all tied up on a call within Northampton Police, we would call for mutual aid if it was a critical emergency and no one else could clear. So the typical types of calls that might get stacked, as I said, it would be like if Walmart calls in a past shoplifting, they looked on video and they just saw someone take something and they wanted to report a past theft. Someone may have come home from a trip and found that they think someone stole mail, or maybe their house was broken into and they know no one's inside. Not that's kind of a priority, but like it's not an immediate response. They can wait for a little while, although we want to make sure we get to our residents. That's how we are. We want to get there. So any type of low-level call that isn't someone dying or a medical. A lot of times we do on medical calls with fire department, car accidents, anything that creates an urgency, we would drop other things to go to. So.
And that's a supervisor's call.
It is.
Yeah. Okay. So a question about how you treat personnel. Personal service increases, contractually required raises. At what point might you consider ending position layoffs or asking personnel to forego raises, as Dan asked, has happened in other departments?
I haven't personally been involved in negotiations yet, but contractually, every 3 years we have a police supervisors union and a patrol union, and some civilian unions as well. Contractually, they, once the contract is implemented, those are bound by the contract term. So I would, it's hard to say. I wouldn't, as I explained, our staffing levels, and we're just up to where we want to be with the next 4 who are in the academy and then field training. And the staffing levels, like I said, trying to respond and stacking calls, it would be hard to think of laying off when we do have contractual raises that are bound by contract.
Okay. And then the question about an increase in calls at Northampton High School. Is there, in fact, an increase that you've noticed? Why is there, and how is that affecting the budget and staffing, if, in fact, there are more calls at the high school?
I would say that without a school resource officer there at the high school, we would respond anytime the school wants to report some incident or potential crime. We have to send the area car now instead of a school resource officer that could take the report. Another thing that may happen is we do lockdown drills with the students and the staff to prepare in case there was ever, God forbid, a school shooting type situation. So when the officers go there, we do need a significant amount of officers to do those drills, and we are there not a lot, but at times during the school year to prepare and train, go through the procedures with the school and the students. I don't have numbers on why we're there a lot, but I would just say those are the reasons.
And do you have a sense of whether that's had an impact on your staffing and overtime, or?
Off the top of my head, I just looking at the log every day I go in, nothing struck me as we're at the high school a ton more right now, but I would have to run the numbers to see.
Okay. I'm going to go back to the first set of questions from Nan about animal control facility. I'm not sure that you're well positioned to answer these, but it really has to do with looking ahead for budgeting for an animal control facility in Northampton, associated costs with staffing it, maintaining it, and so forth, versus what we're spending now to send at least dogs, I'm not sure about cats, to Amherst.
Yeah, I mean, the information I have is that Amherst does not take anything but dogs, like the mayor had spoken about. We pay a $3,000 fee just to be part of that contract with Amherst Kennel. We do spend money on any time a dog is housed there per day. We're charged quarterly for a fee to house an animal there. There are times where if the Amherst animal control officer was there, they may help us with feeding, but they're ultimately our responsibility, and we do drive to Amherst fairly regularly to take care of animals. As far as the overtime costs that we have for our animal control officers to spend their extra time feeding animals, I can get the numbers, but I don't have those on me right now.
All right, thanks. And so just to be clear, Mayor and Charlene, there's nothing in the budget, the FY25 budget, that's associated with a new animal control facility in Northampton. Is that right?
Correct.
So there's really nothing, there's no hard numbers to look at this point.
No, it's just the, animal control officer.
Right, but in terms of the facility.
No, and there was never a plan to staff that 24 hours a day, and it wasn't going to be open to the public.
I recall that well.
Yes, I bet.
Okay, Counselor, I believe we've covered all the questions.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Just a two-part follow-up to the question that Dan had. I think the question was really asking more about negotiations or administrative processes for you and the mayor during the budget season, more so than during contract negotiations. So what we're trying to pin down is that when the school teachers have in their contract a raise, the conversation becomes about, do we need to lay off some teachers because of the raise? And we're trying to pin down with the police. Is that never part of the conversation? I see in the budget book, the mayor's statement says because of contractual raises, an increase is needed. That's in the police part of the book. It's really the opposite in the school. So as a community, we're trying to understand, do those conversations even happen? Is that even a consideration for police?
I'm not sure, because I haven't been involved in that part of it yet in my new role, so I don't.
And I'll come back with the second part of the question after the mayor seems to want to jump in here.
So the police increase this year is 2.3%, and that is really just salary increases. There's no other increase to their budget. And they don't have a deficit that they're trying to build out of. So the schools have a very significant $4.7 million deficit, which is why that conversation is happening. Police don't have a deficit, and their increase is very small.
The second part of the question is about the policy. You said, because of our staffing needs, we wouldn't even think of layoffs. And we've heard from so many teachers, and we hear that the principals also feel the same way. And so my question is for you, who has the authority to set those policies? In the schools, we see that the superintendent asks the principals to make choices about who to lay off. In your department, if you wanted to change the staffing levels, or if you had to change the staffing levels, change those policies about you're having 4 on patrol at all time and all those things, who would be able to make those changes?
I mean, it'd be a large discussion with myself and the police unions would be involved, and the mayor, obviously.
Okay, so you think that you don't have the discretion solely by yourself?
I would involve other people to make sure that it was a sound decision. And we're already, we're still recovering from being defunded, so that would be a hard discussion to have with people, since after we got cut in 2020, 6 people left after that because they were upset, and we're still kind of recovering from that. So.
And thanks for coming in. And I just want to clarify that those questions are not intended to say that anything should or shouldn't be different with the police. They're just to highlight for the community some of the disparities between our departments that we're looking at. Not that anybody should be on one side or the other, but that they're different. Thanks.
I'm going to circle back to Nan. She had a follow-up. Nan? Wait.
Hi, sorry to hit that again, but just wanted to say our AC was very clear that she was not allowed into Amherst. So something is either changed, and I also wasn't talking 24/7. I'm talking weekends and holidays. So you're talking additional staffing, you're talking that cleaning compared to $25K in expenses plus salary. We're going to likely have more salaries, like no one can go on vacation because the police can't come in. So just wanted to add that I don't necessarily need an answer. I know this is it's been going on for like what, 7 years now, but just wanted to throw that out. Thank you.
Thanks, Nan. Okay. Any more questions for our chief? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
5-minute recess, please.
So let's say 8:05, and then we'll go, I believe, to the DPW.
Alex has his hand up.
Oh, I'm
just,
oops.
We can do it after I just noted that he had his hand up for a minute when we should check it.
I wonder if he wanted something. I think the countdown, okay, I think we're back with the budget hearings. And we're going to be hearing from the DPW director now. Okay, we're all going to have to settle in. Welcome, Director LaScalia.
Councilor Mayor. Councilor Mayor.
This is what happens when you get all the departments together. They don't get to see each other. Uh-oh. Yes. Oh, can you just hold on one? Looks like Councilor Jarrett. Wait, where? Uh-oh. Oh. Yep. Oh, participants. Oh. I'm surprised he can't unmute himself.
I can. I just ready for you. Wanted to make sure you had called on me.
Yeah.
So I need to recuse myself for this next presentation. As a member of the Pebble People Cooperative, I have a financial interest in the decisions that are made regarding the Locust Street Transfer Center, which the DPW oversees. So I will recuse myself, but I may come in at the end to ask questions unrelated to that issue.
Okay, thank you. Okay, welcome.
Okay, thanks, councilors. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight about our operations and our proposed FY25 budget. Just have some remarks prepared. Our budget is broken up into a lot of sections, so I'm going to start with the general fund, and then I will move through each enterprise fund individually. So our general fund is organized into 4 divisions. We have administration and engineering, highways.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay, administration and engineering, highways, which includes streets and fleet maintenance. We have our snow and ice operations, and then forestry, parks, and cemeteries, also known as FPC. So some of our responsibilities within the general fund are the maintenance of our 160 miles of roads. We have 85 miles of sidewalks, 38 bridges. We don't talk a lot about bridges.
I'm so sorry. I can't process it that fast.
Oh, okay.
I can't keep up with you even in my head. Can you just start?
Yeah.
Right, you said we have forestry, parks, and cemeteries.
Sure, forestry, parks, and cemeteries. So some of our responsibilities within the general fund are we have 160 miles of roads, we have 85 miles of sidewalks, 38 bridges. So I was saying we don't talk a lot about bridges, but there are 38 of them in the city, and we're responsible for the maintenance of them. We have more than 150 vehicles and pieces of specialized equipment, more than 10,000 public shade trees, 240 acres of athletic fields and parks, and we have 4 cemeteries. They're all active burial grounds. We have over 20,000 monuments in those cemeteries, so every time I do a budget presentation, I talk about how we weed whack around all 20,000 monuments in the cemeteries, keep the cemeteries looking good. We also maintain 11 miles, more than 11 miles of bike paths. So in putting together this year's budget, I needed to balance the need to accommodate PS increases due to collective bargaining agreements and the reality that the cost of goods and services is continuing to rise very rapidly. We're also faced with ongoing challenges related to vacant positions. We currently have 13 vacancies out of 87 full-time employees within the DPW. We also typically have a large contingent of seasonal and casual employees working for us in FPC and at the transfer stations, and we see difficulty in recruiting there and retaining. These are entry-level positions, so we do have a lot of turnover. There have been some adjustments made to the DPW budget this year. So there's been some adjustments made to the DPW budget this year to achieve the 1% overall decrease referenced by the mayor in her message. We will not be funding 2 vacant positions this year, a foreman position within FPC and the financial administrator position, which functions as overall DPW business manager. To support other city priorities, we have also made reductions to the asphalt purchasing budget within the highway division, and we have delayed funding citywide radio maintenance until FY26. So a couple of items of note about the highway division. We talk a lot about street and sidewalks and their condition, but I'll mention that we have responsibility for kind of more obscure infrastructure. We have more than 30 traffic signal controlled intersections.
We also have flashing stop signs, flashing intersection signs, flashing school zone beacons, and rectangular rapid flashing beacons. Those are also known as RRFBs. Those are the push-button activated flashing lights at crosswalks that you see around town. All of these assets require ongoing maintenance and capital investment. And as we continue a community conversation around traffic safety, there are increasing calls for more RRFBs, more flashing stop signs, more traffic control apparatus. And it's important to note that the funding line in Highways OOM for signal maintenance will need to be increased to higher levels to support what's actually installed in the field. Like all of our operations, we have to be able to provide 24-hour response to malfunctioning or damaged lights, and there's a significant cost associated with that. Our biggest challenges are impaired drivers doing like a hit and run on traffic signals. They also hit fire hydrants. It's like a really interesting phenomenon, like fire hydrant traffic signal, and they cause, you know, really extensive mechanical damage, and a lot of times it's a hit and run. So it's not an insurance matter. Like the city actually has to absorb the cost of repairs, and I can't have like a traffic signal that has fallen over and is not functioning. Like, we have to fix it no matter how much it costs. So it's just important to note that as we continue to talk about traffic safety, and folks, you know, may contact us and say, you know, this crosswalk needs an RFB, I want to sort of push this button and have it, you know, flash. Not only do you have the capital investment associated with installing that unit, but then there are maintenance costs associated with keeping it in good working order. So I'll move on to the snow and ice budget. That includes the overtime required for plowing, contractor assistance with plowing as needed, and the salt used to treat the city's roadways. In general, we purchase about 2,500 tons of salt each winter, and we have roughly that amount on hand at any given time. In a typical storm, we run through about 30 tons of salt. So if it snows, if we have freezing rain, if we have ice, 30 tons of salt on the road to keep the roads de-iced and passable, and we pay by the ton. So the unique nature of our snow and ice operations relative to other city departments is that a snowstorm requires the simultaneous mobilization of more than 70 employees to deploy and clear snow from across the city. So because we're doing this simultaneous deployment, we have to ensure that we have staffing redundancy. We have to make sure that we have equipment redundancy. So the truck that plows Route 66, for example, you know, a 10-wheeler with a wing plow on it, that thing goes down, we have to have something to send in its place. We cannot plow Route 66 with a pickup truck. We have to have ballast. We have to have a wing plow. We have to have something that can push that level of snow for that stretch of roadway. So redundancy is very important within this operation. I'll move on to FPC now. So we operate Forestry Parks and Cemetery. We operate in support of the city's recreational programs, and those include soccer, baseball, softball. We also support high school sports. Florence Fields alone totals 24 acres, and last week we had to mow it 3 times with all the rain. All of our parks and fields are managed organically in accordance with the city's ordinance, which requires organic management. So organic management requires a higher level of investment in materials and in man-hours for things like overseeding and aeration, all of which are challenging with multiple vacancies and level-funded budgets. A lot of communities have the capability to just sort of throw down synthetic fertilizers or, you know, insecticide, herbicide, whatever. The grass is beautiful and green, and everyone thinks it's great. They mow it at 2 inches. We don't have that capability here. We must manage the fields organically, which means we have to cut them at a higher height, 3 inches or higher, because otherwise they can scalp and weeds grow. We don't have the ability to recover from that in a way that we could if we were using synthetic products. So I will also say a few words about the tree program. The city has planted more than 2,000 new trees since 2016, and we've been named Tree City USA in consecutive years for over a decade. I would like to thank the volunteers of Tree Northampton for their support of that operation. So now I'll run through the enterprise funds kind of one at a time here. So a couple of months ago, I spoke in detail about our water and sewer revenue, our operations, and our capital projects during the rate setting process. I will recap that conversation by saying that we operate and maintain expansive and complex water and sewer and wastewater systems that are heavily regulated by DEP, the Department of Environmental Protection, and EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. Our water treatment plant in Williamsburg flows more than 3 million gallons a day to the city through more than 160 miles of water distribution lines and related apparatus. Our sewer system includes more than 110 miles of sewer lines, 7 pump stations, and a wastewater treatment plant which flows about 5 million gallons a day, or treats about 5 million gallons a day. Last Monday, we received 2 inches of rain in less than 90 minutes, and we were flowing 16 million gallons there. So we have to have elasticity in our operation to be able to absorb, process, treat, and ultimately discharge into the Connecticut River roughly 3 times our typical daily flow, and we have to do it all in accordance with our permit. If we do something wrong, DEP and EPA come to have a conversation with us about what we did wrong and how we will not do that again. And that is not an ideal scenario, and one we certainly seek to avoid. So for FY25, in both water and sewer, we have again submitted level funded budgets, and utility base usage rates utility base and usage rates will remain unchanged. So we've completed our $11 million Phase 1 wastewater treatment plant upgrade project, and Phase 2, which is valued at about $20 million, is underway and will be completed next year. We are also engaged in engineering design for multi-million-dollar projects on our drinking water reservoirs and our transmission main and our water transmission main. It does bear repeating that Coca-Cola is operating at less than 50% of their historical usage, and the latest report is that their full departure is expected later this year. I will add that the capital needs of our system remain the same regardless of Coca-Cola's presence in the city. That's a common question that we get is, well, can you shrink the system? Or is there something that you can't do or that you won't have to do once Coca-Cola leaves? And the answer is we have a very large and complex system. It is unrelated to Coca-Cola's operations within the city, and the system is what the system is. We have the capacity to take on another large user, so if anyone's listening and wants to come to Northampton, we would appreciate that. But it's not like we can shrink the system because a large user is leaving. So the city's water and sewer enterprises have been level funded for a number of consecutive years now. And as fixed expenses rise, it's important to remember that we're in a closed system. Revenue in has to equal expenses out, and there's no deviation from that principle. The only way to support increased costs, I've talked about increased costs in electricity and our process for water and wastewater, is we have to proportionately decrease system capital investment, or we have to raise rates, or we have to draw from stabilization funds. Those are our options as the price of everything rises. None of those options are necessarily ideal, but the reality is that costs go up every single year, and we have now been level funded for several years in a row. So it is important to note that level funding. Everything is static within these enterprises, and everything around us is going up. So now I will move on to the solid waste enterprise. We face both declining revenues and increasing expenses in the solid waste enterprise, so not a good combination. We have seen a steady decrease in transfer station permits sold from 2013 to present, and we have seen...
Sorry, Director Lascala, could you one more time, just a little slower?
Yeah.
From the transfer station section?
Yep, sure. So we have both declining revenues and increasing expenses. We have seen a steady decrease in the transfer station permits that we have sold from 2013 to present. So at one time, we operated an active landfill. That landfill has closed many years ago, and the landfill was an excellent source of revenue for the city. The landfill is no longer with us. It is in a closed status. It is not operational. The city now must maintain the closed landfill, but since the time of the landfill closing, our solid waste enterprise has sort of been shrinking, as would be expected when you scale down a massive operation like that. So our transfer station permits that we have sold from 2013 to today have been declining, and we have seen increases in disposal costs for trash, compost, and most notably, recycling. So to give you an idea of this, in 2019, we pay by the ton to dispose of trash. So in 2019, we paid $79.13 a ton to dispose of our trash. We run about 800 tons of trash a year. Today, we pay $113.58. So mathematically, in 5 years, that price has not doubled, but it has certainly increased by larger than expected margins. That spread is, something that has to be cut with increasing revenues. But our revenues are decreasing, and that's just the cost of trash. So, as I mentioned, 800 tons of trash a year. We used to receive revenue for our recyclables. So we actually used to sell our paper, we used to sell our bottles. We're now faced not only with the loss of that revenue, but we have to pay monthly disposal fees for paper and for plastics based on, again, tonnage, which can vary month over month. But the one thing that we know for certain is that we have to pay. So we don't get a check anymore, we have to pay. So in order to stabilize the enterprise, this year's budget seeks to raise revenue by increasing the cost of a transfer station permit from $45 to $75, and to slightly curtail the hours of operation. Our fees and hours continue to be more than consistent with neighboring municipality, but traffic counts taken at the Locust Street station have informed our decisions. The goal is to align revenues and expenses in a way that the enterprise is self-sustaining. Even with the adjustments I've just discussed this year, the budget is not balanced, and it requires a transfer from the stabilization fund from retained earnings in order to actually balance the budget. So again, not ideal, not sustainable. In future years, we will need to continue to examine operations and to adjust with the goal of a sustainable operation in mind. If we want to continue to operate a transfer station, we have to continue to check operations, we have to shrink them as warranted, and we have to seek new ways to raise revenue. Finally, I will talk about the stormwater and flood control utility. So that continues to be level funded at the $2 million mark. That has not changed since the inception of the utility in 2014. So with this utility, and I have a few statistics, so I will be certain to speak slowly. I apologize for running through the numbers fast. So we have 120 miles of drain pipe. We have 5,000 catch basins, 350 outfalls, 150 culverts. And just a word about culverts, we have really significant problems with two right now, one on Federal Street, one on Lovefield Street, both significantly damaged by the heavy rains last July. Lovefield Street is indefinitely closed, and Federal Street we're down to one lane. I hope we can continue to leave one lane open, but the condition of the culvert is poor. We are looking at potentially more than six-figure replacement or repair options at both of these locations. So that's just sort of the scale of the financial pressures that we're under within this utility. We also have two levee systems, Connecticut and Mill Rivers, and the flood control station at Hockenham Road. So our operations within this utility are governed by the conditions of our MS4 permit, which is issued by EPA. So again, I've talked a lot about regulation. I've talked a lot about Environmental Protection Agency and DEP. All of our operations are heavily regulated. They set the rules. We have to follow them. And Army Corps governs our flood control operations. So as with water and sewer, as the fixed expenses within this enterprise rise, it likewise diminishes our capability to invest in capital. Many of our roads are in poor condition. I know all of you hear about that. but they're in poor condition due to bad drainage. And this is the utility which funds drainage improvements. So with increasingly violent rainstorms and flooding, the reality is that our infrastructure cannot support threats from extreme weather. I mentioned the rainstorm on Monday morning. So again, 2 inches of rain in less than 90 minutes. Our systems were not built for this sort of extreme violent weather. And that's not even necessarily remarkable based on what we get a lot of the times. I mean, 2 inches in 90 minutes is like, yeah, that's like now a typical storm, whereas before that was something that was unusual. But we had widespread flooding throughout the city. The storm drain system became surcharged, catch basins overflowed. We had flooding in multiple locations. Had to briefly close some roads, and it definitely caught a lot of people's attention on a holiday morning for sure. So I'll also mention that we are faced with a roughly $10 million price tag to upgrade our Hockenham Road flood control station, the flood control engines and the pumps. So these pumps have the ability to evacuate 150,000 gallons of water per minute out of the city. This station is quite possibly the most important piece of infrastructure that we own and operate. Its failure is not an option. We are relying on this to move water out of the city when we need to move the water out of the city. So again, a project which has to get done. And it is an operation that we pay very close attention to. When we need it to work, we need it to work. So in closing, I always like to take an opportunity to publicly thank all the employees at the DPW for their ongoing efforts. And we work alongside our colleagues in police and fire 24 hours a day, 7 days a week in terrible, terrible conditions. And they are all that makes the city good, and I certainly appreciate their efforts, and I appreciate the support of you as the council, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Okay, councilors, any questions for the director? I feel like that tour was really great, and I have very few questions because of that time together. Councilor Dubs.
Thank you, and thank you so much for your presentation. It's clear from your presentation that the DPW does a lot in this town, and they have a lot of responsibilities. As a disabled person, there's I guess some of your responsibilities are more important to more relevant to my experiences, such as sidewalks and snow removal and. So I guess basically what I'm trying to say is the DPW, I feel like, is one of the most important departments in this city in terms of improving the lives of disabled people and, helping to fix sidewalks and, so to me it's like something I'm most passionate about, as you probably know. So I guess it's just, to be honest, it just kind of makes me sad that the DPW budget is decreasing overall, and I'm just curious how that happened, and with all the responsibilities that we have, for flood control, protecting the city from floods, and in addition to all the infrastructure problems, how did we get here to this point?
I think I'll make a distinction that, the enterprises are separate from the general fund. So the general fund is what decreased. All the enterprises are level. So that, I guess, in the face of rising cost pressures could be seen as a decrease in some ways. I think the mayor has mentioned that we have a collaborative process during the, creating the budget, and, we are all asked to make decisions, and it has always been my attitude to do the best we can do with what we have. So we use the resources that are available to us, and we try to make the biggest impact for the most people, and try to, hit the critical places that we can. But I appreciate the question.
Cool. Do you mind if I ask a few more? Is that's okay? So I was curious, do you think that the decrease in the budget will affect, how would that affect the sidewalk projects and snow removal project? Will that have an effect on that?
So sidewalk reconstruction is funded through the capital.
Okay.
So that is untouched in this. This is a maintenance line. Our asphalt line is a maintenance line. What the intention is that we have quite a few vacancies. And so what we will be doing at the next council meeting is we will be looking to transfer some of that unused PS money to an OOM line for asphalt and just shift the money from our vacancies into OOM to allow me to buy the asphalt that we need and to meet obligations for our parks and around our community.
Awesome. Thank you. And let's see. I was curious about, I think I may have asked you this in the past before, but it's been a while since we talked about it. Is there a piece, I know there's a type of equipment or like a vehicle that makes it possible to shovel sidewalks, to make, so in addition to plowing roads, you'd be able to plow sidewalks also. Is that, I forget the name of that, what's that called again?
Well, we have two.
Oh, you do own them, okay.
Yeah, we have two. We call them Bombardiers, which is a brand name, but also known as a sidewalk tractor. So we use it to plow portions of the bike path, and we use it to plow the sidewalks that we're responsible for plowing. We also do like narrow sidewalks over bridges, for example. So we do operate two of them.
Okay, cool. And if you don't mind me just asking you to just like kind of give me your opinion or kind of pontificate a little bit for a second. In terms of like the major trouble spots on the sidewalks in Northampton, like there's some areas just from experience like that are really dangerous and really, really frightening to use as a disabled person to travel on some of the sidewalks. And I've lived here for 20 years, and I've definitely seen some improvements. That's why I want to make sure I mention that I've seen some areas get much better, and but also some places haven't changed, and it's been a really long time. So, like I like to think of in terms of like timelines. So like it's been 20 years since like some of the sidewalks have been fixed, like Market Street and South Street and places like that. So if you could like maybe just like give like a estimation on the budget that we have now. How many years do you think like Market Street will be the way it is, or the sidewalks outside of the future resilience hub that are really dangerous, really scary? How long will it be until areas like that are improved?
Well, I think since you invited me to pontificate, I will
please
take the opportunity to do so.
Thank you.
I think in thinking about sidewalks, it's important to understand like how did we get here?
Yeah.
Why do they look the way they look? And there's a variety of contributing factors, but sidewalks are typically in conflict with a lot of other things. So they're in conflict with trees, they are in conflict with utility poles, in conflict with utility installations like water services and sewer services and gas services. So what we find, we also find, drainage issues, sinkholes develop on the sides of roads due to catch basin deficiencies. So sidewalks are sort of intermeshed with all other utilities within the city.
Yeah.
Even utilities which are not under our jurisdiction. So when we think about sidewalk reconstruction, that requires some level of cooperation with National Grid and with the gas company because they have things in our sidewalks too. A big part of our problem around sidewalks is heaving from tree roots. So we have to balance how do we care for this tree and make sure that we can preserve it, because that's obviously important to the community, and how do we fix this sidewalk to get it to a place so that the surface is workable. And the answer to that is we have a flexible pavement product that can be used to go around trees, but it is, it is something that is a contractor, it would have to be like a contractor-driven work product. It's not something we'd be able to do in-house. And so when we think about, well, what would it take? How much money would it cost to fix all of it? Or, how long would it take to fix all of it? I think the answer to that is it is so interconnected with so many other utilities. We have to have investment in our other utilities in order to support the work in the sidewalks. We have to have a healthy stormwater enterprise. We have to have a healthy water enterprise. We have to have a healthy general fund appropriation to pave and replace curbing, because curbing is actually what's holding the sidewalk in. So the answer to your question is there are a lot of roads which are in disrepair, a lot of sidewalks that are in disrepair, and they have been like that for 20 to 30 years. So I think you'd be looking at millions and millions of dollars to sort of go through and work through your utility issues, your tree issues, your sidewalk issues, and it would be years in the making to sort of unravel all of these conflicts, which I just pontificated.
Awesome.
Thank you for indulging me.
I really appreciate that. And I just wanted to finish by saying that, oh, sorry. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
298 Main is part of the Picture Main Street project, though. So.
Yes, actually, I'm glad you said that, because I was curious about that. So
Yes,
that'll be fixed.
Really terrifying section of sidewalk.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
That is part of the reconstruction.
Awesome. And I guess I just wanted to make the last make a statement that I'm here to help in any way I can, and like I want to support the DPW and see it and I see it expand and do better over time. So I'm here for that.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And sidewalk work, it can tend to be unpopular, so I appreciate, all of the council's support on that. When we do engage in a sidewalk project, it's important to note that folks can sometimes think like, this is my yard, or I don't want this touched, or, it's actually a public sidewalk and we are trying to improve it. So I certainly appreciate your support.
Cool, thanks.
Thank you.
Councilor Dubs? Yeah.
I'm hearing about sidewalks again, and the mayor has heard me. It has been going on 18 years now. At Florence Heights, coming down Florence Road, and I'm asking you, Donna, you did a good job explaining to him about the cost, Councilor, and given that cost that you and I were just talking about for Florence Road, you want to talk about people who are and have serious disabilities? Unacceptable. We're going on 18 years right now waiting. What were you and I talking about, the cost on that?
Well, I think it's in the tens of thousands of dollars, and that's actually a good example of a sidewalk that is in conflict with a variety of things, including a guardrail. So I didn't mention, all the guardrails that we have to maintain in the city, right? And a very steep embankment, a very narrow right-of-way, a curb that needs to be rebuilt, and a street that needs to be narrowed.
That's all of it. All the curbing has not been qualified as a curbing. ADA, we went on and did the site visits. Councilor Jur and I, and our ADA coordinator, Keith Benawi, none of them. The sidewalk and the curbings are not ADA in compliance. So it looks like we're gonna have to wait for another 10 more years.
But again, another example of, if we need to widen that sidewalk, which we do, we have an embankment and a guardrail on one side, and we have drainage on the other side. So when I talk about the health of the other utilities that DPW oversees, we need a healthy stormwater enterprise, because if that drain needs to be relocated as part of that sidewalk work, we cannot decouple those. So we actually have to spend money out of the stormwater enterprise to support the sidewalk installation, and that is a not uncommon scenario all over the city, and just something to keep in mind as we contemplate funding for our enterprise funds.
That's true, but what you're saying, the cost.
I think Councilor Rutherford had a question about sidewalks, and then Councilor Elkins.
Yeah, it's really just a comment to my fellow councilors, to the mayor, to the public. I really do think that this is a serious accessibility issue. I don't like that we have a lot of people in our city who just cannot safely traverse our city. And I would hope that we make it a priority, a long-term priority, to come up with a major investment in those sidewalks, and also a solution to the shoveling that actually works, the sidewalk shoveling. I think putting it on the residents isn't working. So I know those would be huge projects, and I think we really should commit to doing it as a city. I think it's an equity issue.
Thank you. As you know, I'm a big fan of your presentation every time.
I know.
Councilor Dubs, please always ask Director LaScalia to pontificate, because it's without fail educational and entertaining. I was struck by our discussion at the DPW tour about when you took us down to the pumps for the flood control, and I think everybody should know that someday there's going to be a movie made about the efforts during the flooding last summer that these folks did to protect our city from flooding. It was nothing short of heroic. And I couldn't possibly retell it as well as you do, Donna. That being said, one of the things you talked about was, so there's an upgrade coming. Those are, 1930s tugboat engines. That's all going to be upgraded. You were talking about, it seemed to me like there was some difficulty filling those, or planning for I asked you some questions about the retirement and what are we going to do, and these folks moved on, these sort of very highly specialized trained folks. So my question is one is because that was is that one of the positions that kind of went with the budget? No, okay. We didn't lose a position, but that there was one that wasn't filled?
Yeah, one that wasn't funded. So that's a foreman in forestry and parks.
Okay.
We're not filling that.
Okay, and then, but still my question is what are your plans for planning for these folks who will have well-earned retirements at some point? And two, are we anticipating that those jobs will be less difficult to fill when we have upgraded the systems and they're, less engineering marvels from the 1930s? I guess is sort of my question.
So I'll just give a little context. So Army Corps entered the city after the devastating floods in the 1930s, and they built the levee system and they built the flood control station. And they designed it and built it to have 3 engines and 3 pumps associated with those engines. And as I mentioned, each engine and pump moves 150,000 gallons of water a minute. So they are repurposed tugboat engines. That's a technology that was available at the time in the late 1930s. So 3 of them were dropped into Hockenham Road. So in the 1980s, one of them kind of burned up in the middle of the night and was replaced with a diesel unit. Diesel is the typical technology for something like this. It's what you would see if you entered a pump station somewhere where you needed a pump station. You would see a diesel engine. The other 2 gasoline units, so they run on gas. You don't see these gas tugboat engines like installed inside a building. It's sort of an unconventional installation. Something that worked 100 years ago doesn't work now. But those 2 gas engines continue to operate. So this is highly specialized equipment, and it is the most critical in the city. It is what is protecting our downtown, Ward 3, and associated areas, the whole Conn Street corridor, Pleasant Street, from flooding in the event of heavy rains. So we can't have just anybody down there. So we have our most skilled and most senior staff operate this equipment. We cannot have an error. We cannot have someone who's like, well, I didn't know what that button did, so I pushed it. We need it to work, and we need it to not break, right? So here's the entertaining part of the presentation, right? So, so we have, there is absolutely no room for error. So to answer your question, we have some level of succession planning. We take our most senior staff, and they have the ability to operate those engines, and we carefully bring people along in a heavily supervised way. But until those gasoline engines are replaced with diesel, which is easier to operate and more conventional, I will be extremely cautious in who is operating that system, because again, I wouldn't want to be in the mayor's office telling her, well, we had a problem and now we don't have an engine. That is completely unacceptable. So we're very careful. I don't have 11 people who know how to operate these. We carefully succession plan, but at some point we will have technology which makes us more comfortable about who's operating these.
If you ever have that job description of someone who could just push random buttons, I'll sign me up. That sounds, my kids would be really good at that. Councilor Rothenberg, did you have, oh, I'm sorry, Councilor.
No, go ahead.
Thanks, because it is a follow-up. Thank you.
Then Councilor.
Can you just briefly go through the plan, the financial plan, and the timeline for replacing those pumps, and also the levee condition? Do we need any work there?
Sure. So in 2019, we had an assessment done of the flood control station. It was done by the engineering firm Ty and Bond. They recommended a phased approach to upgrades to the system, which to the building, the station. Interestingly, the station, and I may not have mentioned this when you all toured the station is actually the levee. So the rear wall of that station is actually the levee wall. Because of the cost associated with this, Ty and Bond recommended a phased approach to upgrades. So start with phase one. We had old buried underground fuel storage tanks, not environmentally ideal, some electrical upgrades. So again, we're dealing with infrastructure from the 1930s. We had like exposed electrical buses hanging on the wall, like just a really bad kind of unsafe, 100-year-old infrastructure stuff. So we did a $1.5 million project, which is kind of just winding down to upgrade the utilities, remove the fuel tanks, install new above-ground fuel storage tanks, which I believe everyone would have seen. And then the idea was to sort of move on to phase two and then move on to phase three. The events of last July, where we had significant flooding in the city, 11 inches of rain in a very short period of time, and a number of failures at the station, which nearly caused catastrophic damage to the city, has sort of accelerated our timeline. And we are in a position where we need to merge phase 2 and 3 of this project together. And the price tag on that is around $10 million. And I say around $10 million because this is highly specialized work. You don't just kind of buy these things off the shelf. We have sort of unknown, there's a lot of unknowns associated with the project. But if I have to put a number on it, I say $10 million. So the mayor can certainly speak to this as well as I can, but she has done a significant amount of engagement with the entire congressional delegation, the governor's office, kind of looking behind every door for grants associated with, infrastructure, climate change, disaster relief, to see if we can pull appropriations from the federal level or the state level to partially or even fully fund this, because at the end of the day, we're running a $2 million enterprise. We do not have capacity within that enterprise to absorb a $10 million project. We just can't. It is not possible. So we're hopeful that some of these funding sources will come through, and that we'll be able to move forward with the project. For right now, I'm in a holding pattern waiting to see what level of funding is going to come through for us. So I have our design engineer on standby, sort of waiting to begin the process. And like I said, we're finishing up phase 1, which was the fuel storage and electrical work.
Does anything prevent us from being able to just make our own appropriation? Does the structure of the enterprise fund make it not possible for us to fund it ourselves through stabilization funds?
So the Stormwater Stabilization Fund has about $500,000 in it right now.
Okay, but if we had a stabilization fund that was big enough where we made an appropriation to you of $10 million, do you know of any legal thing that keeps us from being able to do that?
The only comment I have, and maybe Charlene can comment on this, is because the stormwater and flood control utility is a closed system, any appropriation, I believe, has to come from the revenue raised through that enterprise. So the revenue is raised through user fees that are assessed to each property, each parcel within the city in accordance with the ordinance. So the revenue from those fees goes into the enterprise and then could certainly be appropriated for whatever project was requested. But again, we've been operating at a $2 million ceiling since the inception of the enterprise, and by the time we sort of pay the pay the electric bill, there's not a lot left for capital investment. So I don't know if you have further comment on that, but.
So the only time general funds could be used for the enterprise is if the enterprise was actually going to fail.
So would this be considered, do you mean the equipment failing or the
operational?
financially?
Yeah, financially, the operational budget was going to not be.
And say that again, the only time we can.
So if the enterprise budget was going to actually fail, there would not be enough fees to cover the actual costs to run the enterprise. This would be a capital item, so there would be borrowing. There's other options for the enterprise, which would be to borrow. But generally, no, you would not use general fund revenue to do this project.
But could we make a transfer from stabilization funds to invest in this capital project?
No, generally, we would not do that, no.
Can we do that?
You could, if you actually had no other option. We don't have 10 million.
Counselors? Oh, yes, Council.
Thanks for the presentation, Director Lascalia. I wanted to talk about solid waste. I'm surprised to hear that there's been a decrease in transfer station permits over the last decade. How significant?
Every year it goes down. It's an interesting phenomenon, you know. Up until a few years ago, we only charged $25 for a transfer station permit. But Northampton kind of has a buffet of options around solid waste disposal. So, you know, I think people have a lot of options around how they handle their solid waste. But to give you an idea, you know, we sold in FY21, we sold 2,000, let me just make sure I got my numbers right here. So FY21, we sold a total of 3,082 permits. Some of those are primary and some of those are secondary, so we have tiered pricing. So you can't necessarily look at total number of permits because we charge less for a secondary permit than we do for a primary permit. So what I have to do is I have to look at my overall revenue year over year. You know, what am I getting for total numbers in revenue from these stickers year over year? What makes it very difficult for us is that we're selling the permits in June, and we're selling the permits in July for the next fiscal year. So we're almost like operating in 2 fiscal years. So it's very difficult to sort of disentangle what fiscal year we're operating in. So with all of those caveats, what I will tell you is that back in 2013, 2014, we were selling like 4,000 permits. And that was sustaining the enterprise. It was $25, and things were good. At this point, for FY24 to date, we have sold 1,551 primary stickers. Now, that doesn't take into account what we are going to sell in June for July, because that's how the revenue gets booked. So I'm booking revenue, you know, for 2 fiscal years just because of how the months are set up. So basically, or because of how the budget is set up. So this convoluted explanation means that all I have to do is I have to look at what is the revenue that I am getting in FY24, what is the revenue I got in FY23, what did I get in FY22, regardless of, you know, when did I sell the sticker. So the bottom line is that our stickers are decreasing and our bags are decreasing. So those are the 2 components that make up almost all of our revenue. We have a cell tower at Glendale Road, which also gives us some revenue. But between the stickers and the bags, we are seeing declining revenue, you know, down like 50% since 2013. So there's your number, 50%.
So, and that's combined with the fact that we're now paying to dispose of recyclables. So that's a recipe for disaster. So I guess my question is, we're talking about raising the sticker fee up to $75. I mean, which could improve revenue, but it also could drive more people to the private options that you just referenced. So How close are we to really having to make a decision about whether it is feasible, financially feasible, to run a transfer station municipally?
Well, I'm a finance person, first and foremost. Finance and operations are my specialties, if you will. We have $1.6 million in solid waste stabilization fund. And when we build these budgets, it is extremely important to understand that we need to balance them without the use of stabilization, and I'll give you a reason why. We just had our compactor fail at the Locust Street transfer station. So that is an unbudgeted expense. I have no money to fix that. And it's a $25,000 fee. So we don't want to be pulling out of our stabilization funds to balance the budget on an annual basis when we are owning and operating extremely expensive equipment that can fail at any moment and completely paralyze our operation. We can't just close the transfer station because the compactor broke. It doesn't work like that. Like, we have an obligation to the public to be open. So when we build the budget, it is important that we have a balanced budget, and what we have been doing every single year is pulling out of stabilization to balance the budget. So in answer to your question, how close are we to having to make a decision? At $1.6 million, if we continue to expand our operations, if we're open 7 days a week, if we have a heavily subsidized transfer station sticker, that money will run out and we're out of money. Whereas if we responsibly move our operations to sort of a level that they should be at, this is a very sustainable enterprise that can run indefinitely and give city residents good options. You know, you can certainly go with a private hauler, but they will not take your compost. You can go to Valley Recycling, they won't take your compost. They charge you for recycling because they're paying for recycling. They won't take your leaf and yard waste. So we offer really good programs and services to residents, and the trick to this enterprise is to make very small adjustments to make it sustainable, but even with those adjustments, we're still pulling out of stabilization. So that's a long answer to your question. We can defer having to make a hard decision around this enterprise if we responsibly use stabilization.
And I certainly support that. I don't want anybody listening to think that I'm advocating for closing the transfer station. I think it's a resource that we need to think creatively about how to sustain. I think it's a valuable resource for the community. But I just think that in terms of explaining the increase in the sticker fee paired with the slight decrease in hours, we need to think about why we're doing this so we can explain it to our constituents.
I think it's also very rare that any municipality has a transfer station operating in the city limits. You know, Valley Recycling is sort of this odd scenario, you know, where you're dealing with a privately run enterprise within the city limits that's sort of a direct competitor to a city service. They're certainly offering different city services with a different pricing structure, but it's an option that, you know, other municipalities don't have or is geographically sort of inconvenient to residents of other municipalities.
Donna, can you give some examples of what other communities charge for stickers?
Sure, and also in making these decisions, we definitely polled the audience to sort of look regionally. You know, we don't want to take our transfer station sticker and you know, make it be a level that is unreasonable. But just a couple of examples. Amherst, they're open Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday from 8 to 2. They're $125 for a sticker. Hadley's open Wednesday 1 to 6 and Saturday 7 to 4. They're $120 for a sticker. Williamsburg's open Wednesdays and Saturdays 9 to 4, and they're $100 for a sticker. So I'll also just, if I could, comment on the traffic flow. you can sort of plot the traffic through Locust Street on a bell curve, and we're open from 7 to 4. And that bell curve, sort of has a belly or a peak, and then it kind of tails at the ends. So we could be open 24 hours a day, and you'd always have those people who are in there at 2 a.m. or 11 p.m. or whatever, but the idea is we want to maximize the time we're open and have consistent traffic flow through the transfer station for all of those hours, because we're paying for electricity, we're paying for staffing, we're paying for operations and hauling. I have a dedicated employee who does nothing but hauls trash up and down 91. So we want to make sure that we're running a tight operation so that when we are open, we are maximizing the number of people who are there. We don't want to look out into that yard and see 2 cars there. That's not a productive use of city resources.
May I ask when you think the rate increase will go into effect?
July 1st.
July 1st, just to let our residents know.
Another question about the pump. So the one pump you got that's gas now, that'll last for a while.
The diesel.
The diesel, yeah. So you just have to replace the 2 gas ones.
No, we'll be replacing all 3. So that
okay.
diesel pump is from the 80s.
Well, it sounded new compared to the one from the 30s, so I thought I had some
50
time.
years, right? All 3 will go.
It's still better anyway to have one type of
Not 50.
machine to use.
80s are not 50. I'll make it clear. Sorry.
It's okay. Lost my train of thought. And so the machine, the ones you have now, the pumps, are you still able to get parts for them, or is it kind of getting to the place where, it's kind of difficult to?
Deep breath. No, not really.
Yeah.
I mean, we have to fabricate parts. We have to have parts.
I know you guys are really good at it, and, Stevie can build anything, so I would call him first.
He can. Stevie, our shop foreman.
Yeah.
So he's able to fabricate everything. Yeah, but there's certainly specialized vendors who we use when we need parts and equipment, but I don't feel confident that, I can just get that thing off the shelf somewhere.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councilor Rothenberg.
Yes, back to the trash. So we noticed the impact on our community in terms of the fees. I'm also mindful of the impact on the community in terms of the reduced hours in a couple of ways. One would be reduced access, right? And the other would be the community members who live and work in Northampton who are going to be affected by this change. I think this is the only other major staffing issue that we've heard about besides the schools so far that would really impact some of our workers. You said you have seasonal and casual, I think you used the word casual, employees. Maybe that's an official term. You said that you have some trouble retaining and recruiting them and that they're entry-level positions. But I'm sure that you also have some that are going to be affected by this. So if you could just kind of detail all of that.
Sure. We have a rotating crew of employees at the transfer station. Some have been with us for years, some are newer. As this is an entry-level position, we do have difficulty with recruiting and retaining. But again, some folks have been with us for a long time. It's a good job for retirees, city retirees in particular. We looked very carefully at these hours, and we made sort of surgical decisions around reducing the hours to try to save as much money as possible, but to also be mindful of the employees who staff the station and the folks who use the station. So with that said, it's important to us that we pay a solid wage to our employees. So we wouldn't want to have a scenario where we're sort of paying minimum wage Our transfer station attendants, we pay them, again, a solid wage. When I say casual employee, that's a little city colloquialism for unbenefited. So they are non-union, unbenefited employees. So they work less than 20 hours a week. So they do not get, city benefits. I think it's difficult anytime you have to make decisions around this.
Would anybody be reduced to that by this, less to 20 hours, no benefits? No change in status?
No, there's no change in status. And again, because we have such staffing difficulties, I often have to backfill these positions with people from the sewer division or people from the streets division. So I am mindful that with our staffing issues, there may be a minor impact, but
what is that impact? Those are sort of the details I'm looking for. Who's going to be impacted and how much as an employee?
Well, the reduction in hours, or the reduction in projected hours, this is a savings of about $15,000. So if you were to divide that by the hourly wage, it comes out to about a reduction of 800 hours overall. So to answer your specific question, do I have 800 hours where I have to have a sewer division employee, manning the compactor? The answer is no. So there are, I believe, 8 employees who work at the transfer station, but they all work a different number of hours. So some only work 1 shift on a Saturday, some work, 3 shifts during the week. So proportionally, the people who work more hours may see a higher reduction in their hours, but overall, over the course of a year, between 7 and 10 positions, we're talking about 800 hours.
And how much have you been pulling from stabilization funds?
So every year is different. Last year, I believe we pulled a little bit under $20,000. Don't quote me on that. Am I right? Okay, good guess. But years before that was much higher numbers, like much higher.
Because people were recycling like crazy?
It was because we were operating at a deficit due to, necessary overtime, or, we used to be open more days a week than we currently are. We used to have a lot more operations that we did. We put on sort of community clinics and had, repair clinics and sort of recycling events that required a staffer like on a Saturday.
So my last question about this is, do you have any alternate proposals that don't affect the employees? Was there a different sticker rate? Things like that? And if you worked any of those in different ways, I'd love to see them when you have a chance.
Sure. We did. We modeled out, do we move our sticker to $100? And that certainly solves a lot of problems and, closes the budget gap completely.
And it sounds like that's what our neighboring communities are charging.
It is, but that brings the conversation to, is that unaffordable to some? Is that creating a disincentive to use at the transfer station? Does that price now completely sort of turn people away to somewhere else? So we're trying to walk a line between, $45 is admittedly an increase. $45 to $100, or a large increase. $45 to $100 is a really big increase. So, yes, we've certainly modeled it out. At the end of the day, we're trying to balance the budget so we can make those numbers balance. However, this seemed like a good compromise.
Okay, I want to get to the public. So is that okay with counselors? Just want to see. There are a couple names here, but I don't know if they're for central services or DPW. Ben Winter, Cara Is this a good time, or did you want to wait for another after DP? Yes, I thought so, yeah.
So I'm talking about the Locust Street Transfer Station. I want to speak in support of keeping the transfer station open to the public at least the current number of hours, which is 35 hours a week. The Solid Waste Enterprise Fund operating budget is about $630,000. The proposed budget cut has a $15,000 cut in the line item of gatekeepers. This means cutting the Locust Street Transfer Station hours by almost a third, so it would only be open 24 3/4 hours a week. This is on top of the 18 hours, all of Monday and all of Friday hours that were just eliminated in fiscal year 2021, which is also a 33% reduction in service. So that's 2 reductions by a third. So the total reduction in 4 years would be 55% of hours at the transfer station. For comparison, nearby Belchertown, with half the population of Northampton, is open 40.75 hours of operation over 5 days a week for its transfer station. I feel that the transfer station is an essential public service. Trash, recycling, and hazardous waste services are a necessity in any sizable city. Most cities I've been to have to collect their own trash. Most cities that I have been to have their own trash trucks, drivers, and go door to door at a considerable taxpayer expense to collect trash and recycling. Our transfer station still brings in a considerable revenue to offset its costs. I'm a member of the Pedal People Worker Co-op. We haul trash, recycling, and compost in Northampton, Florence, Leeds, and now East Hampton. We have had a fruitful relationship with the Locust Street Transfer Center. Sorry, I'm very nervous. We've had a fruitful relationship with the Locust Street Transfer Center for over 20 years and are very willing to pay for the service that they provide for us. The centrally located transfer station is vital to our business, which uses bikes and trailers to haul very heavy materials throughout the city with little pollution, greenhouse gas emissions, or wear or tear on the city streets. Is that 2 minutes?
Yeah, you can finish it.
The other thing, I wanted to address the permit decline because Pedal People had a different model that we paid. We paid by the vehicle, our trailers, up until about 3 years ago. And now we pay for we pay by the number of customers we take there. So it's around $650 permits per year that are new to the permit system just like 2 to 3 years ago. So I don't really see how there could be such a dramatic decline if we only just started paying for permits 2 or 3 years ago. And the last thing I want to say is actually on a different topic. I agree that the DPW should have better funding. I was very interested in the sidewalk conversation. And one point that I was very interested in is how sidewalks have too many conflicts to repair or be added. But what I thought, like a solution that might solve many problems is to narrow the roads. The roads don't seem to have any conflicts. So we could, it would reduce stormwater runoff. It would help with speeding cars down wide roads. You're not taking room out of people's yards, you're taking it out of the road. Anyway, I just think it would solve multiple problems. Thanks, Sarah.
Thank you. Ben, thank you for your patience. And so we have one other person, and then we'll circle back with the director about some of the things you brought up. Oh, yeah.
We'll be raising hands.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that's great. But is this Cara Jackson? Yeah. Right. And then I see a hand. Then after Cara,
Cara, not Cara.
Cara.
So my name is Cara Jackson. I'm a resident of Northampton and a worker-owner at Pedal People. I would like to express strong opposition to the Department of Public Works' proposal to significantly cut hours at the Locust Street Transfer Station. Pedal People has a long-standing relationship with the city, providing a unique and environmentally friendly alternative to trash trucks since 2002, and providing trash pickup service for downtown trash since 2007. Reducing hours at the transfer center would have a profoundly negative impact on our business and on the Northampton community as a whole. The transfer center provides an essential public service, and the city should be open to working with its constituents to balance the budget in ways that don't hurt the very community it is set up to serve. For example, having the transfer center open Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. doesn't take into account that Pedal People cannot even begin collecting until 8 a.m. and wouldn't arrive at the transfer station until 9 a.m. at the earliest. If hours must be reduced, why not open later instead of closing earlier to avoid such a negative impact to our business? Pedal People has a vested interest in working with the city to find viable alternatives to this proposal. I do not think that the proposed cuts will bring long-term financial stability to the transfer station, and in the end, will have a detrimental effect on the city and the Northampton community. Thank you.
Thank you, Kara. I'm going to go to someone on Zoom, and then I'll come back. There's just one. Samantha, are you able to?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Samantha Grossman. I'm a resident of Northampton, Ward 3, I believe. I live on Holyoke Street, just outside of downtown. I'm also a pedal person, and I also speak as a resident of the city. Not only do the proposed cuts to the DPW Locust Street hours impact our business, our cooperative, but also to individual permit holders. I was speaking to a friend of mine this morning about the proposal that was on the agenda for the hearing tonight, and my friend, who has an individual permit to Locust Street Transfer Station, was deeply concerned to hear that the hours would be reduced. Not only does the hour reduction impact Pedal People's ability to haul the number of customers that we are taking waste from to Locust Street right now, as my coworker Kara mentioned just a bit earlier. But individual permit holders who are not able to get to the transfer station until after they are done working for the day are now unable to take their trash to Locust Street, and they may seek out an alternative place to take their waste, most likely Valley Recycling. Many of our pickups, because of these changes, will either have to be diverted to Valley Recycling, or those customers will be lost entirely, definitely in the short term and potentially in the long term as well. Oh shoot, I had a question, sorry. To finish, I'll just say that I also believe that this is an essential city service that must be maintained. The city really does have a responsibility to provide a sustainable and workable option to its city residents to take care of their waste, and these changes will really heavily impact both individual permit holders and Pedal People's ability to take care of this important part of how the city functions. Thank you.
Samantha, if you think of your question, I'll go to someone in the room, but just raise your hand again and we can write it down. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Clegg, a resident of Northampton. I'm also a special ed environmental science teacher in Springfield, and I'm the person who picks up all the downtown trash on Sunday mornings downtown. I deeply, deeply care about our community and love the DPW and all the hard work and, interface with them. We've had a great working relationship for a long time. Just to kind of broaden the view here, it would significantly impact Pedal People to reduce the hours with the proposal that we currently have, and I think, we have a lot of creative, innovative people here to come up with a different solution that both takes into consideration the DPW's concerns, but also the greater good, really. Hopefully, we've heard a lot about the climate crisis with flooding, things like that. It's not going anywhere. I believe Northampton wants to be a greener city. So, impacting a business that's working cooperatively with the city to green and think of the future, and not just the economics. Economics need to change and consider the fuller costs. So some of our customers, or perhaps a lot, if we had to reduce, are going to call up USA. No shade on USA, it's an important service too, but they're going to deliver a big bin. And it's human nature to not have to think about it. If you provide a big bin, we're going to have more trash. And that's really, the amount of trash is just going to increase That's not going anywhere. It's just what we're doing with it and how we're managing it. And I think everybody here wants to support the city rather than divert to Valley, USA, or make any choices that are gonna further add habits, human habits that are unhelpful. We need to re-educate ourselves in how we're behaving in our community with our trash. I'm a fan of reopening, dealing with our own trash here, but I'll let it be there.
Thank you very much. Let's see. Any other, any other folks in the room? Yeah.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Paul.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience.
Of course. We've been enjoying the presentations and appreciate all the work that goes on in the city. My name is Brett Constantine. I live in Florence. I have the pleasure of working with Director Lascalia on other committees and such, but tonight, talking about the Solid Waste Enterprise Fund, I think that I think it's short-sighted to cut the hours. I think you'll just end up in a death spiral, and when you decrease the value of your product, you end up with people going elsewhere, which just increases the need to squeeze for more money, which creates more people going elsewhere. So I really think that for $15,000 this year, while Pedal People and the city can come up with collaborative and creative solutions to bridge that gap, because we absolutely support balanced budgets, just not quick decisions about them. We are seriously willing to collaborate. We have been paying increased fees, and we would entertain larger increases than maybe even the individual permits. We've made good progress, as Director mentioned, in cutting the budget gap. So I don't think we need to take snap action this year. And when I take issue with the phrasing slight decrease in the hours, cutting by a third is not a slight decrease. One other option for raising revenues is the actual bag fees. Any person or business who brings trash to Locust Street needs to pay for the blue bags that the trash is in. Those could be raised funds from the fees on. And I want to just, what else do I need to do? Yeah, I have a few questions. Could I ask those?
Yes.
Thank you. If the bell curve of hours is true, then why not just nibble at the edges if you really need to nibble for hours? That's one. If it were possible to find $10,000 or $15,000 for fiscal year 25, would that allow the hours to stay the same? What was the stabilization fund amount in 2014, or approximately thereof? We talked about some of the changes from then to now. What do you attribute the decrease in permit sales to? And what amount of money would be needed in fiscal year 25 to balance the budget, essentially? To what amount is being proposed to come out of the enterprise fund? I think that's all I have for tonight, but we would be certainly happy to try to help push the positions that are open if we need to help with staffing. We're just really willing to help in a lot of different ways. Thank you.
Thank you, Brett. And I see Samantha has her hand up, so I'm going to check in with her. Samantha?
Yeah. Yes, thank you for your patience. Sure. I managed to remember my question. I wanted to inform, for those who aren't aware, within the past year, Pedal People has gone to a tier system model for its pricing arrangement. This means that people can choose various percentages in addition to or below our kind of standard rate. So people can choose to pay up to 90% of our standard rate and up to negative 20% of our standard rate, if I'm getting those numbers correctly. And since we've gone to this model, instead of losing money, we have actually made a really big surplus from it. And it means that we are able to both fund things within the business that need funding, but also that we're able to serve more people who are in need of financial assistance in order to access our services. And I guess my question is just like, why can't the DPW follow a similar model for Locust Street permits if the need is to make more money off of selling permits? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samantha. We're going to pause to get some feedback on those questions. Thank you, Director.
Okay, so I will summarize sort of the big picture questions, and then there's several questions that are very specific. Did you, Director Liscai, did you take into account the impact on pedal people?
Yes, Counselor, we did. This is a very difficult situation with this enterprise. When the landfill closed more than 10 years ago, operations were not appropriately shrunk at that time, and fees were not appropriately raised to sort of account for the revenue that was no longer coming into the city. So what happened was folks got used to certain hours of operation for the enterprise, and I don't in any way mean to cast aspersions on anyone. Sometimes you're just sort of operating and you're operating and you just keep going and everything keeps going. But when that landfill closed, the operation should have been looked at that time to determine how it could be sustaining. There is an ordinance in our Code of Ordinance that talks about who can use the transfer station. Residential customers can use the transfer station. That is what the ordinance says. And the DPW sells permits to support the residential users of the transfer station. So over the years, Pedal People has been bringing trash sort of as a pass-through to the station. And I am very mindful of the business that they bring to the city, and I support their business and its model and their operations. So these decisions are extremely difficult, and I am trying to make the enterprise sustainable. So yes, I did take into account how this would impact Pedal People, which is why we shrunk by 2 hours on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and we're closing for half a day on Wednesdays. We took traffic counts to determine, what do we have for volume coming into the station. And the traffic counts suggest that based on that volume, we could have shrunk significantly more. So in making this decision, I was very mindful of the Pedal People's operations, and I want to give them the opportunity to come the full 4 days that we're open. It's an adjustment in the hours. So for those in the room, the traffic counts really suggest that we could have closed more. So I just want to make that clear, that I made a huge effort to be accommodating to their need to come to our station as often as they do. Just to give you an idea, we took counts for 2 weeks because I didn't want to do it for 1 week. I wanted to do it 2 weeks. I wanted to do it when school was in session. So we took counts last fall, September 23rd to October 6th. So just to give you an idea of what we have for volume And we're not counting bicycle trips, I'm counting car trips because that's the apparatus I have. So Saturdays are our busiest day, 726 cars on Saturdays, on one Saturday, and 698 cars on another Saturday. Tuesdays, 412 cars. Wednesdays, 264 cars. Thursdays, 387 cars. So what we're seeing is very popular on Saturdays, 726 cars on a Saturday, and I'm down to 264 cars on a Wednesday. So when we think about our hours of operation, when I'm open the same amount on a Saturday as we are on a Wednesday, and I've got, nearly 500 less cars, it's very difficult to justify that. So if we shrink by 4 hours, that gives people the opportunity to come on that day still, but we're shrinking the operation. And the other thing I just want to mention, and this isn't just about gatekeeper hours, we have, it's sometimes very difficult to sort of keep the peace at the transfer station. We have folks who struggle to follow kind of basic rules of civility. They are abusive to our staff. They are abusive to our equipment. That is the very sad reality of what we deal with. It is extremely difficult late on a Saturday afternoon when I don't have a supervisor on duty and I have someone creating a disturbance at the transfer station and I have a frontline employee trying to manage that. So I have to have supervisors on call who are able to respond to an incident like that. There's an injury, if there's someone behaving badly, if we have to trespass somebody because they're being abusive. And all of these things happen, and they are the reality of the transfer station. So I have to be mindful of protecting my employees. If I now have to pay a supervisor to be present on a Saturday afternoon, that is a cost that you're not necessarily seeing in this budget that I've presented. So these are sort of the operational realities. If we can just pull 2 hours off of a Saturday, that gives us that much less exposure.
So a related question about the reduction in hours is where you're taking them from. And the question was, could the transfer station remain open later? Cut those from the beginning of the day rather than the end of the day?
So I have supervisors on duty at the beginning of the day. And by supervisors, I'm talking about operations people who can respond to a problem. And a problem could be the compactor's jammed and I cannot get it to work. So I have mechanics on duty who can fix that compactor at 7 o'clock in the morning. They are not there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They're not there at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So if I have some sort of operational or mechanical problem, I have to think about who is my support staff for them for that and what time are they available. If something breaks at 1 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon, I do not have anybody available, and it is overtime to cover the cost of that. And things break all the time.
Okay. There was a question about whether this decision of cutting hours could be delayed for a year to allow more time for conversation, collaboration, efforts to find alternative solutions. Do you think you could find the $15,000 somewhere else to balance the budget this year and delay that reduction in hours for a year?
I think that the $15,000 is more indicative of a larger problem. As I mentioned, it's not just the $15,000, it is our operational capacity. I'm already running with multiple vacancies, and people work a lot of overtime to make up for those vacancies. So again, the operation of the station pulls resources from other places in order to help it operate. So the $15,000 again is more indicative of a larger problem with the entire enterprise and its sustainability. Because again, we're open at 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon and something breaks, I'm now calling in somebody to fix that. And that's the reality. So it's not just $50,000 and $1,000. It's more than $50,000 and $1,000, and it's also the capacity of my staff, my supervisory staff, and sometimes me to respond on a Saturday afternoon. And again, these are, behaviors that we deal with. I mean, we trespass people out of the transfer station more often than you would think. People are terribly abusive to the staff. They come in and throw trash in places where it's not supposed to be. They try to dispose of things that they are not supposed to dispose of. The gatekeepers ask them politely not to, and away we go. And that is the reality of what we are faced with. So what I tried to do in proposing these hours of operation and in creating the budget was to create a scenario where I can keep this operation tight, where I feel like I have good supervision, I have good support for the station, and we can serve the residents in an appropriate way.
One of the Pedal People members mentioned a tiered system model that they're now using in their permitting pricing, which she said has been successful. Has the city considered some kind of a tiered system in pricing its permits?
We have means-based discounts that we offer, as we have programs in all of our utilities. I believe that to be a legal question that I'm not sure I'm able to answer, but in general, the city's fee is the city's fee for something. We're not, I don't believe us to be able to tier a fee and charge, $20 to you and $40 to you. I don't believe that to be legally permissible, but I comment on that.
Okay.
I guess I didn't, okay.
Are you done?
No, there are several other specific questions.
Before we move on, don't we do that with our water and sewer fees? Don't we have senior citizen and income-based tiered fees?
We do. We do. It's usage-based. I mean, so the more water you use, the higher the rate. So we could, so that wouldn't necessarily transfer to a solid waste permit. I guess I don't know that you could create a usage structure that would be the equivalent of that.
Sorry, isn't it income-based? The discount, the percentage of discount.
The discount is income-based.
Okay.
That's correct. Those are programs, I believe those are like under Mass General Law. Yeah, those are actually state programs.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor Moulton, were you done with the questions from?
No.
Okay.
There was a specific question about do you have any more thoughts about what you attribute the decrease in permit sales to?
But I think it boils down to really the buffet of options within the city. I think, again, it's very unusual to have a second transfer station operating within the city. What's interesting about that is, it's privately run by a private corporation. They certainly, I can't speak to their operations, but obviously private corporations are not municipal entities, so they have flexibilities we lack. That in and itself is just really unusual. But there's also, curbside pickup if you want it. And there's the pedal people if that's the direction you want to go. So I think that Northampton is somewhat unique in that.
Okay. Sorry.
And do you happen to remember what amount of money was pulled from the stabilization fund, say, a decade ago for comparative purposes?
I don't.
Okay.
Sorry.
Does anybody there have that answer?
Not off the top.
Okay. Then the last question, Director, is whether you want to, your thoughts about the question about reducing the width of roads.
Oh, narrowing the roads to...
Narrowing the roads,
Okay.
yes.
Sorry, I'm still in...
No, this is
solid waste.
We're moving on from solid waste.
Yes, excellent idea, but this goes back to, that you can't decouple our utilities from our sidewalks. So if we were to say, okay, this road is 30 feet wide, and we're now going to make it 15 feet wide, and we're going to build like a shared use path, we absolutely have utility conflicts where that sidewalk is going. So we have drainage along the curb line, which needs to be relocated. We have water mains, we have sewer mains, everything needs to be moved because you don't embed utilities in sidewalks. That's not good practice. But primarily, the drainage in the curb line needs to be relocated. And again, that's the stormwater enterprise that needs to fund that. So all of that work needs to happen first, and then the road can be shrunk and the sidewalk can be widened.
Thank you.
Okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I just want to make a closing statement to you about this reduction, bearing in mind that I'm a representative, right, for people who can't be here to advocate for themselves. And also bearing in mind that, of course, there are a lot of reasons that employees of the city may not feel comfortable if they did have concerns about this coming forward themselves. So I want to put that on me as a representative and stand in their shoes for a minute. And I want to note that these workers, unlike the police, unlike the teachers, unlike sewer, water, streets, parks, cemetery, forestry mechanics, don't have a union. And I want to note that these workers are not all retirees, and some of them are peers of mine with young kids, a disabled child, low income. And I really want to see if there's any way, before this budget is finalized, if there is a way that you can really center them. It sounds like you have some room to negotiate with the pedal people, possibly. It sounded like they might be willing to pay more, if I heard that right. I'm not sure. And I think that you are far from failing, and it doesn't sound like it's a lot of money for us if we needed to borrow. But I just hope that you could do your financial wizardry, take another look at it, and just, I want to put in a good word for those workers. I think this money might be more important to them than would seem apparent to us from sort of an enterprise standpoint. These are modest people with modest lives and modest jobs, and the hours mean something to them, I think. Okay. Thanks.
I want to just check in. We have someone with their hand up. Is there anyone else a question? A DPW? Okay. Let me go to someone who's been waiting on Zoom, and then I'll come to you. Let's see. Adele? Adele? I'm not able to. Could you see if you can unmute her? Them? That's odd, huh? Huh. Oh, wait. I think it's our internet connection. Oh, yeah, it's doing the circle thing.
You guys are all moving for me. She's not unmuted. She needs to be away.
Oh, okay. Well, okay. I'm going to go back to the room then. Yeah. And I would just say, if your comment's kind of been made by someone else, you can just restate it, but yeah, go ahead. And
not to capitalize on time on the...
Yeah, I know you've been waiting though, so.
Ben Jankowski, I'm Ward 4 on South Street. I'm also part of Pedal People. I want to thank Donna. I really appreciate all of your work. I think you're doing amazing. I just want to say as a quick comment, Pedal People last year provided $45,000 in permit fees and trash fees for the solid waste. With the expected permit increase, that should probably, if we're tracking that same amount of people that we've been taking for Locust Street before, they'll probably go up to $65,000 to $70,000 that we'd be paying. And we're also an increasing business, so that would actually probably be maybe even higher. I just want to say we're a very stable revenue source for the transfer station. In terms of we can really swallow the fees if they go up. We can swallow trash fees for the blue bags if those go up. What we is much more difficult and will probably affect us to the point where we might have to move to Valley, is the hour situation. And so if that splits us up in terms of where we can go between Valley and Locust, that might mean a reduction in how much revenue ends up going. I don't think we want to do that, like other people have said. It would be much better for us to take more, like a higher permit fee or whatever. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Let's see. There's Adele is on Zoom, so I'm gonna. Excuse me, I have this right in my face. Oh wait, nope, you were on. I think I just muted you. There you go. Go ahead, Adele.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Something funny was happening. Anyway, I'll try to keep this short. My name is Adele Packman. I live 35 Columbus Ave in Northampton. I'm also a pedal person. We've had only a week to process this change, so I think that there's a lot of creative possible solutions that Pedal People is really interested in collaborating, that it would be great to have more time to talk this through before you make this change. So I just really I appreciate all the work that you've been doing to keep the city safe, and I just ask if you would be open to talking more. That would be incredible. We have a whole team of people that want to sit down with you, sit down with the mayor, work through this, see if there's anything we can do, because I think if Pedal People can play a role in supporting the transfer stations staying open longer, that would benefit the city. I don't see why we shouldn't explore the possibility. So that's just my request, that we take some time to talk it through. And also, I appreciate you can probably only count cars, but like one trailer is probably like equal to 15 cars. So just wanted to like put that button in there. Yeah, and also please narrow the streets if possible. Okay, thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you, Adele. Hi.
My name's Dan Perry. I live in Ward 3 in Northampton. I live on Hockenham Road, so I want to thank the DPW that I don't live underwater. And yeah, I'm also a worker for Pedal People. I would say one of the major things that hasn't been mentioned is that currently the Locust Street transfer station is only for residential customers. We have a lot of business customers who we could take there and have asked us that, but we can't at the moment. So we're either taking them to Valley or not taking them at all. But that could be an increased source of revenue. And yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hiya. Is your question something that you would like the DPW director to be present for? Hi.
Hi, excuse me, getting late. Meg, is that your comment or question something you need?
I just want to comment that sorry. I just want to say that I've been listening to the conversation, and I feel so strongly that the Pedal People fit so beautifully into our city sustainability plan, and we should do everything we can in order to sustain a system that works best for them. This is what our future looks like. Maybe someday we'll all be hauling our trash on our bikes, and it seems like a really important first step in order to be able to say we're keeping the hours that keeps this incredibly important business viable. It's a reminder to all of us about what the alternatives are in the future. And I would seriously discourage us from changing what the current hours are. There are many residents who take advantage of the 5-day window and operating at the Locust Street Recycling Center, and the people who work there are lovely. So that would be what my thoughts are at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. do you want to make a comment before you leave us?
Well, let me just I'll rephrase those two questions that I heard. One is, are you open to talking more with pedal people? And a related question, what about their business customers?
So I'll answer the second question first. The city has an ordinance governing the operations of the transfer station, and the ordinance states that it's for residential use only. So that's what the ordinance says. So I don't have the ability to waive a requirement that's in the ordinance.
Okay, that I understand, we understand, but are there issues that you would foresee if we were to entertain a change in that ordinance to allow business customers? What would be the impact?
I think that we're certainly happy for any increase in revenue. An increase in revenue does not help our operational challenges. So that sort of 3 o'clock, this thing is broken or there is a disturbance and I have no supervisor on duty, and the cost associated with that and the pull on the capacity of my staff is not resolved by that increase in revenue. So that's just something to be mindful of, is that the more hours of operation, the more capacity is needed from my department, and it is capacity that we are lacking. So certainly revenue is always welcome, but capacity is a challenge for us.
And then the question about willingness to talk more with pedal people about looking for alternative solutions.
I think that would be a question for the mayor.
Well, sorry. Yeah, Donna and I will touch base tomorrow and we'll come up with a plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sure, thank you. Always good to be here. Appreciate your support of DPW. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
You won't sleep well tonight thinking about all those issues. Bye. Okay, counselors, do you need a break, or anyone? So let's say 10:10. Yes, yeah, 10:10, and let's turn our mics off. Okay, we're back in our budget hearings, and we've got Central Services up. Welcome.
Thank you.
Director McCarthy.
Just Councilor Mayor.
Oh, right, I'm sorry, yes.
I will need to stay in recusal for this item as well due to Pedal People's pre-existing contract with the Central Services Department. But I may pop back in if I have a specific question unrelated to that contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and residents of Northampton. The Central Services Department oversees the day-to-day maintenance of city and school grounds and sports fields, all city and school building heating, air conditioning, ventilation, plumbing, electrical, security, door fobs and alarms, fire protection, elevators, generators. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sprinkler systems and energy management systems, as well as the city and school custodial services. Like all of our grocery bills at home have been steadily increased, the cost to maintain all these buildings has increased as well. Central Services also coordinates and oversees renovations and construction operations for capital projects for city and school buildings. There are 27 buildings, not including small ancillary buildings. Central Services operates all of the city and school interoffice mail delivery, manages the city and office and custodial supply store located at Northampton High. Central Services oversees city copiers and printers, lease and maintenance contracts. We oversee and coordinate maintenance contracts for 2 energy management systems, Automated Logic and Johnson Controls. Maintenance contracts for all city and school boilers, elevators, sprinklers, and emergency generators. Maintenance contracts are a very time-consuming and tedious year-round, month-to-month, day-to-day coordination and monitoring process. Our department also oversees all maintenance and capital projects for the E.J. Gear Garage, the Gothic Street parking structure at the PD, as well as 10 public city parking lots. Our department oversees and coordinates a maintenance contract for streetlights that coordinates repairs for city streetlight system, which includes approximately 2,500 streetlights. This streetlight maintenance contract started at $25,000 annually in 2017 or 2018, I can't remember. It is now approximately $60,000 per year, with the increase expecting to go up as we move forward as our LED streetlights hit their 10-year warranty. So in other words, in 3 years, we will be replacing, we will be paying full price for the fixtures in 3 years. Lost my track here. And as well, the new lighting ordinance actually kicks in probably in 3 years, because that's when our warranty will be up and we'll be buying the new lights. So in 2027, all lights needing repair will be exchanged with brand-new fixtures purchased by the city that meet the new lighting ordinance. Last year, our department encumbered $100,000 from fiscal year 23 funds and brought them into fiscal year 24. This is not the case in fiscal year 25. As with other departments, our department's workload and responsibilities have increased over the past year. However, we feel confident with keeping with our 1.9 increase for central services and 2.7% increase for parking. We feel it's feasible if we consistently keep our eyes on the bottom line. With that said, I just want to, my predecessor used to say central services is like the arteries and veins of the body. No one sees us, but we're there and we're working. So I just want to list some of our 2024 accomplishments. Leeds School parking lot dimming system we installed. It's the same system as in the back parking lot. It's called dim on off, dim and off. So we paid for that through the encumbered funds from 2023, and it's a work in progress. Forbes Library, we did an emergency replacement of the boiler back in October and November. The new boiler has the capacity of being the capability of being converted to hot water, parts of CS's long-term plan of reducing the city's steam boiler inventory. The senior center emergency gas hot water tank replacement with a heat pump, with an electric heat pump water heater. We've done that. The completion of the second phase of the sprinkler system, which completes the code upgrades at the Academy of Music. That was a big job. 2 phases. Completion of insulation projects at James House, the Academy of Music, Forbes Library, and the Leeds School funded by Green Communities. We coordinate, CS coordinated $190,000 in unexpected elevator safety code upgrades this past year to our 16 city and school elevators. This was required by the state. Reconfiguration and installation of all new energy efficient hot water pumps at Ryan Road School. These upgrades solve the lack of hot water pump redundancy in the heating system. If one pump fails, the system will automatically switch over to the second pump, keeping the heat circulating and preventing freezing. Previously at Ryan Road School, if one hot water pump failed at Ryan Road School at 12 midnight, one of the 3 school heating zones would have been frozen by the start of school the next day. But that's done. Central Services staff has absorbed the additional ongoing maintenance and security of 2 additional buildings to its building portfolio, 298 Main and 33 King Street. Central Services coordinated moving the design phase of the hub forward through the time-consuming architectural RFQ process. Because of this, the first phase of the schematic design has been recently completed by JWA Architects. And on that note, Central Services collaborated with the City Procurement Officer, Will Coffey, to establish an on-call architectural list of pre-qualified architectural firms that can be hired for projects over $30,000 without going through the very lengthy Chapter 7A design consultant procurement process. For example, I think hiring JWA for the Resilience Hub might have taken 4 months. So now we have a stable of 10 architectural firms that are pre-qualified that we can just call. Central Services has collaborated with the Planning Department this past year to design and install 15 new accessible doors in 3 City Department office countertops. This work is currently in process. CS staff applied for and received a $10,000 grant from Maya, which is the municipal insurance company, the Massachusetts Interlocal Insurance Association, to make software energy-saving measures to our automated logic energy management system, one of the 2 cities' EMS systems. Our intention is to seek another $10,000 grant to do the same on the remaining buildings with the second EMS system called Johnson Controls. This work is being done with the expertise and collaboration with our this work was done with the expertise and collaboration with our automated logic technician, 2 or 3 of our staff, and Ben Weil as a resident. I know one day I was in my office for 8 hours. Ben, my staff, and Pat Cahill for Automated Logic were there from 8, and when I left, at the end of the day, they stayed there, probably till 8 at night. None of these accomplishments could have been done without the hard work and dedication of the Central Services professional staff. Our staff are trained and licensed professionals. Most of the CF staff are OSHA 10 trained. We have 6 staff members with construction supervisor's licenses. We have 1 master electrician for the whole city. One of our workers has a hoister's license, 1 has a HVAC technician's license, and 3 of our staff have advanced training in automated logic and Johnson Controls EMS software. 4 staff have taken state OIG public contracting overview MCPPO procurement training. That's a tongue twister. With all that said, I have never, and I'm not exaggerating, I have never worked with a more trained, skilled, dedicated, thoughtful, and professional group of people than the Central Services staff. I am honored to be able to work with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Look,
No questions.
Just wait a minute. I'm sure they'll convert. Let's see, counselors?
So how did you stay within the 1.9, and how much would it have cost not to have made any of those changes that you had to make?
How did we stay in the fiscal year 20?
How did you stay at just the 1.9% increase? Yeah.
Last year?
What's coming up?
Oh, how did I keep it to 1.9?
Yeah, and how much would it have cost if you didn't have to make the sacrifices that you made?
I would have loved to ask for extra money, especially on architectural and engineering, because that gets projects going. But I wanted to honor the mayor's request to try to keep it as low as we possibly could. We have a monthly, we look at the budget on a monthly basis and basically track it from there. This past year, we've had a lot of extra work, like at the hub and at 33 King Street, as the street lights have been a challenge. And we've also taken upon the responsibility of taking down trees, trimming trees around street lights. We took 2 trees down off this building that, I don't know, it cost $8,000, I think, to take the 2 trees down. But the 2 trees caused the constant clog of the gutters on this. It used to flood the city chambers, and it also brought mold into the superintendent's office. So total, that was 15. So, things like that happen once. So that's basically, I feel confident we can do it again.
And how much did you think that would have been helpful for architectural and engineering, if you could ballpark it?
I think last year I asked for 50.
And this year? And this year?
I think this year, I don't know the number, but I think it was 20.
Okay. And you guys are so incredible, and thank you so much.
Thank you.
okay, counselors? Members of the public, any questions for the Central Services Director? I'm going to take a minute to say, Director, what a pleasure it has been to work with you since you've come on board. You've been incredibly responsive to my constituents. You give thoughtful answers. You're very transparent, and it's just really nice to have that resource as a counselor. Thank you so much.
I feel bad because we're not a utility company. We have one contractor with one bucket truck who comes out once a month. And whenever we do with the streetlights, it's very difficult.
But you explain the process, and I think that helps a lot. I think people, as long as, I think they just want to know you're trying and you're good intentioned and you're trying to help them.
Looking at the pictures, I feel their pain.
Yeah.
People living across from Leeds School,
Yeah.
I mean, I look at the pictures and it looks like Fenway Park.
Yeah.
So
But you give us regular process updates, and you've been really creative, and I'm sure that I know that they appreciate. They say that in the emails. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much about helping out at Ryan Road School with the problem that we had there. I also want to thank you for being our new director for the Central Service. Not an easy job. I also would like to know about the shields that they have for the lights.
Yep.
Because I had a new resident since we redistricted off of Ryan Road and on Golden Drive. And our previous director from Central Service brought over a shield, and he said that was the only size that they had. And it did not help.
Right,
at all.
exactly.
Do you know?
Oh,
Sometimes
Counselor, can you turn your mic on? Excuse me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure. Sometimes they work and sometimes they don't. Actually, on Hospital Hill, we did an experiment where our contractor was nice enough to custom make a 360 shield around one of those ornamental lights, and the people were thrilled about it. But we solicited Carolyn's help in the planning department as well as Kevin's help in the building department, going out and checking the foot candles after we put the shield on, and there's inadequate lighting. So now we have to take the shield down. But you're right, the fixture manufacturers, the lens is only that deep. So our contractor has been nice enough to modify and spray paint at 4 in the morning, made from materials in the back of his truck. And some of those have worked and some have not. But that's basically why I wanted to try the Diminoff system at Leeds.
Yeah.
Because it is being utilized in the Roundhouse parking lot. And I thought it might be a citywide effort at some point.
Yeah.
It would be expensive, but it would solve the problem.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I also wanted to ask you how you were doing with the memorial building as far as the mold. Have you been taking care of that?
Well, we still have the mold in the basement and in the 3rd floor that's not occupied. And the first and second floor, we have like 5 HEPA filters running constantly whenever the building's occupied. There is a musty smell. Thank you for the emergency funds of doing that. I mean, mostly it was structural. We still need to put a lot of money into that building to bring it up to snuff. CPA contributed $300,000. So our goal is to focus on the structural problems in the basement to make the building safe. And we're using the CPA money, hopefully, if the bids come in at a good price, to deal with the drainage problems on the west side. Those, I think they're honey locusts. They just hang over Memorial Hall and create havoc. And it was actually at a point we'd have a roofing company come in and clean the gutters twice a year, but at the cost of six grand, like $3,000 a visit, because they have to bring a boom in and it has to go the full length of the building because the trees are in the way. They can't approach it perpendicularly, so.
Got more to do on that building.
Yep, it's a nice building.
It is.
I actually had a constituent ask me about those gutters and why, do they have like a gutter cover? It was an engineer, he was just curious.
We just went out to bid, and one of the alternates was, it's copper, a copper gutter guard on the west side only, and snow guards on the east side because that's where everyone parks and snow tends to fall off without the snow guards.
Okay, yeah, I don't, You're benefiting from our tired state, I think.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you so much. Good evening. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Pat.
And Director, your staff also speak very, very highly of you. Your staff seem really, really happy with your leadership, so we appreciate that.
Okay, so now we're up to Kappa. Oh, you're still here. Oh. Yeah. Welcome, Director.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to talk to you guys. I know it's really late, so I'm going to try to go pretty fast. Give Alan a chance to get the presentation up. Today is my second official day at work. We are now staffed up. Okay, so here's a thing. But as you'll see from some of the stuff I'm going to talk about, I've been involved pretty heavily as though I were at work, and then operated as a volunteer through the Energy and Sustainability Commission. So I'll show you some of that effects. But again, I'm going to try to go fast. Alan, thank you. So We are a three-person department, which is really a reshuffle. Gabriella Fox, who's today was her third day at work, was just hired, and that position came from Central Services. Will Coffey is the Chief Procurement Officer and is part of our team, and then I am now the interim director. So we're very small. We're a rounding error. The way we hope to be effective is to facilitate collaboration across departments, to make other departments, to enable them to find ways that they can work together or that certain projects can happen more efficiently, to avoid missing opportunities, because if you're in Central Services or DPW or whatever it is, you may be thinking in a particular siloed way, and it's my job, as I see it, to be aware of everything and look for opportunities where one thing can help the other and we don't have to dig up a street twice, for example. And then to pursue grants and financing options and tax and utility incentives, because this is a particularly fruitful time in the energy and climate area because of the federal government. So I am not going to go over this outline at all, but this is to give you a sense of what my agenda is, and you can see it's kind of heavily front-loaded for FY25 in orange, but that as we move through those things, most of those are going to be continuing. They're going to continue to operate, but we're going to start to add the things I've got in green, which will be FY26, as we get more capacity, as we get more familiar with the things that we can do. And then there are certain things that are going to be ongoing and they're going to be opportunistic, and that's mostly the resilience and adaptation portions. We know what the DPW director described about flooding is going to continue to be a problem, and what I hope, although it's not going to mitigate the need for those pumps, is going to reduce the number of hours per decade that they might have to be operating or that they would be that critical. And then we're going to look for other ways to protect our community from the climate change. But I'm driven by two things. We've got a 2030 deadline for municipal operations to get to decarbonization, and 2050. So obviously I have to start with municipal operations because it's coming sooner. Next. So, like I said, we've already started. And what I want you to see is that in everything we do, we should be also saving money. So Pat talked about the collaboration that I did with his shop to do a building management system audit on just a few of the buildings, the ones that use the automated logic thing. So we retro-commissioned, and I wanted to point out the funding came from insurance, and part of the way of getting that was through the procurement officer who's in CAPA and does our insurance. That's the other part of his role. So we get the insurance to fund the contractor from Automated Logic. We bring in this case, a volunteer, but it could have been me. So I imagined that we had paid me at my current rate. And so the cost, the CAPA cost, the additional cost for me to do the tweaks that I think are probably the ones that are responsible for these pretty big reductions, particularly in gas use, is about a 4-day payback period. Right? So, I mean, again, rounding error relative, $77,000 a year is not nothing, but it's, it doesn't buy you a whole bunch of teachers or anything. Next slide. The other thing that we can do is that we can look at our accounts. And so this is something we're in the process of doing right now. Quite frankly, they're kind of a mess. And so we have sitting there unused and right now unusable $183 plus $1,000 of credits in net metering. But because of the way the accounts are messed up, so among the first things we're doing, we're getting them really soon, we're going to get those. We'll get them back. So that's good. So this retro commissioning process that we did with the BMS allows us to also do the same process And I'm anticipating, based on which buildings have the Johnson Controls systems that we haven't messed with yet, that we'll get about $82,000 annual savings out of that. And I'm going to assume that it's going to take me twice as long, that my contribution, so the payback period is going to be more like almost 9 days. So the other thing we can do is demand management, which if you don't have a large facility personally, you may not know about G3 accounts, but G3 accounts are like our big schools and our wastewater, and we pay for demand. We also pay for the electricity we consume, but we pay for the highest 15 minutes of electricity demand in a given billing cycle. And if we can drop that, we can make big savings. So here we did a study back when I was a professor earlier this month.
Before we kidnapped you and brought you in.
My students did a study of Smith Voc, and we figured out that if we did 4 basic things: staggering the start of the big HVAC systems, changing the air handler unit speeds by just a little bit, regulating when we ran the air compressor, and trying to get the commercial kitchen, the teaching kitchen, and the feeding the kids kitchen to be out of sync. Cafeteria, thank you. Get those 2 out of sync, we could drop down to our target. And our target is 200 kilowatt hours, because then we keep our G3 rate, which keeps our electricity cheap while minimizing our demand charges. So we can do that, and we figured out how. We used the BMS to do it. There are a bunch of other things we can do. One thing that we are at least talking about is that if we actually charged for EV charging, for the cost of actually providing that service to those who take it, we'd get back about $45,000 per year. That's not nothing. So our goal, 2030, is municipal buildings. That's 83% of our carbon emissions, is just the buildings. So my goal for this year is to deliver a decarbonization plan that is actionable and reduces demand, electrifies heating, increases power production through PV and whatever. And our process is going to use the BMS retrocommissioning that Pat and I just talked about to really understand these buildings, so that we know what we have, what's working well, and what's not, and where we can target those replacements. And so that's a process that I'm going to do. I'm getting some help from National Grid. They're actually providing a person to help us. And we're going to develop this plan. The benefit is that it's a requirement for the DOER Green Communities Climate Leader Program. We would be among the first to do that. That will make us eligible for bigger grants. So it's something that we want to do. That high school retrocommissioning, where what we did was we lowered the water temperature circulating, proving that we can use heat pumps. Now we can go get a heat pump. And oh, by the way, we've got a chiller that's awful, that's costing us large demand charges, and needs to get replaced. Let's make National Grid and Green Communities pay for it. And we now can actually electrify about 95% of the heating load for that school, getting pretty close to our target. We also have, that we've been working with Pat and with planning on dealing with Forbes, which has a bunch of needs, and the hub, which is nearby, and putting them both on a shared geothermal network. And that allows us to replace now, or very soon, the existing water-cooled chiller, so that that's ready to go. Right now, it can do the chilling using the existing equipment, or existing cooling tower, but new chiller. But that very same chiller, as soon as there's a geothermal well field available, can switch over to also providing heating. So we're looking for ways to do that together with the same equipment. And that's going to also save money on the hub. And we have a bunch of options, one of which may be that Eversource will actually own and operate the thermal loop, which would cause us to not have to pay for it. What's that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now, if Eversource does bite, if they are able to do it, if we are able to get the DPU to let them do it, we have the opportunity to integrate that into the Main Street reconstruction process, to integrate just basically a water loop. And that would allow that entire network to electrify at very, very, very high efficiency, saving, by my calculations, all users, private and public, in that area about $1.2 million per year, and cutting, well, 2% of citywide emissions, which is not huge, but, you know, it's something. And it's a start. It gives us a model for what to do next. So we also have a municipal fleet. It's only 17% of carbon emissions, but it is an issue that we need to deal with. My most immediate goal is to come to you after all the proper process with a request for an ordinance, because we're going to need to adopt a vehicle procurement policy that meets DOER's Green Communities Climate Leader program. That's the last requirement. We have all the other requirements already. But most importantly, I want to really optimize vehicle application and reuse. And so we started exploring in the past few days, what vehicles do we have? And what are they doing? And we're not there yet, but we've at least shifted over from a spreadsheet to a database that's offered by the insurance company. And one thing that already happened as a result of just getting a hold of what do we have is that Will Coffey identified 113 vehicles that were no longer in use but were still being insured. And so they've been removed from the city's auto insurance policy now, and the savings is about $300 per year had they stayed on the insurance. So we find these bits of waste when we kind of get a hold of what do we have. And then we also want to avoid overbuilding the EV charging network, and we want to do it in a rational way, and we've started that discussion. And what I've realized is that really needs to involve the planning department. We also have carbon sequestration opportunities, and I would say I'm pushing those farther forward into FY 26, 27, so I'm not going to discuss them a lot, but this is up here as a palate cleanser, and if you're interested, you can ask me some questions. All of these things are going to require a lot of finances. There are a lot of financing options available, but to get any of those things, you need well-defined project proposals, a process to ensure compliance, and a team to structure and manage the projects. And I would say that CAPA can be the center of that, developing those. And then obviously we have to work with all the other departments to make these things happen. Citywide carbon zero 2050, so that's just municipal. We still have to deal with city things. We're going to start with the energy coaching program, partly because we can get some funding from National Grid to pay to have an energy coach. We've got a lot of enthusiastic volunteers in our community who have been asking for energy coaching, and I want to enable them to offer that to the rest of the community. There is a Northampton, East Hampton heat pump coaching program that we are going to be part of, and we're going to try to leverage that. There are a lot of things we can do with technology consulting for new buildings, and always looking at ways to increase non-automotive options for travel. We have potential synergies with health and human services. So about 10% of health outcomes is determined by the physical environment. That can be people's houses, whether they're comfortable, whether they have mold, whether they have proper ventilation. And by coordinating with Health and Human Services, we can find opportunities to improve those buildings and introduce electrified heating, introduce access to weatherization services, so that we create more of a wraparound for where we found people in buildings that need help. And, okay, I'll be super fast now. So the other part of what we have to do is deal with what's coming. We have more intense rainfall. as Donna described, and we have more warm summers, and we are just going to have to deal with all of those. Next. So one approach is data-informed green infrastructure. So I won't go into the details of this, but basically I've got multiple layers on this GIS map. You can see the impermeable surfaces, and where the thing is more blue, the data is more blue, we have more groundwater upwelling, and that's very different from where it's more red, where we have runoff refill of the water table. And so understanding in kind of granular detail, where in our city do we need more absorbent materials, where we need more trees, where we need bioswales, et cetera, to avoid a massive onrush of water through a culvert that we can't afford to make bigger. We can target that. We don't have to say we need it everywhere. We can pick where we need it. And then there are going to be other places where we can actually say, actually, we need more housing here. and we can afford to have more impermeable surface in these locations. It's not the only part. So I'm looking to cooperate with UMass Extension in their GIS Masters program to basically give us some free data analysis. But there may be some places that need special conservancy districts, some pocket parks, maybe even working with private landowners on water storage. But we can at least find a way to target this more precisely. Next. Similarly with cooling, we can talk about crowdsourcing, where should cooling be? But we can also use data that we have. So for instance, this is showing population density and housing burden. You can see where it's overlapped. And fortunately, the worst of that overlap is really close to the hub, which is going to be a cooling center. But we may find that we need other places to fill out that picture. And then heat pump campaigns, we can target that in a way that we make sure that there is cooling, because heat pumps provide heating and cooling. We can get cooling into houses that maybe didn't have it. And that's just saying that we have this agenda, it's large, and we only work by kind of working with everyone else. Thanks, and I'm sorry for it being late and still talking too long.
Day 2, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, that's amazing. Pretty remarkable.
I've been restraining myself because I want to gush so much. Everybody, Northampton won the lottery with this person here. The amount of volunteer work and service he's already given to the city, and then also advising with the projects that Director McCarthy talked about, and Rachel and I on NESC, and now Debbie, I feel like I just watched all these things that I've learned about in the 2.5 years, and then things I've learned about in working on capital, on SIP, like just slammed together in terms of how feasible and attainable they suddenly are. So I just want to thank you. I'm really kind of overwhelmed with how much actionable things you identified so quickly, and are immediately able to show us not just the savings that come with us, with these, but also how we are going to get to these goals that we've set out for ourselves as a city. And I don't really have a question so much as to say I'm a little bit excited, and I'm really excited to see how you're going to be working with Central Services and the Planning Department. I'm also really very excited to see that you're already implementing the things that some of our local volunteers and activists have been wanting to work on. The energy coaching strikes me as really big. So I just, thank you to the local activists who really encourage the city and the mayor to adopt this position, and the mayor for implementing this, and how it took us a minute to get in the right place with the right team, and it is immediately apparent that we're ready to go. So this is great. Sorry, not a question.
Councilor Labarge?
Yes, I want to thank you for being the new director. And I also feel that the free staff in your budget is very critical, especially for the grants and so forth like that. But, Thank you, Mayor. So anyways, just hearing you this evening, that you already have a plan put in place, I could see that. Just looking up at the screen. And how long have you been an employee for the city? 2 days. So, I mean, you're working already on new goals, and thank you.
Councilor Moulton?
Yes, thank you, Director Weil, and I echo my colleagues' enthusiasm. It was worth the 4.5-hour wait. This is, I continue to maintain, this is certainly one of the most forward-looking things that Northampton has done in recent years to create this office or Department of Climate Action with a relatively modest budget of under $500,000. The reach that you described is incredible, and the networking that the knowledge and networking that you bring to this job is really it's very noticeable. And you touched on I think the key directives of what CAPA should be doing, collaborating with other departments, working on projects that are the geothermal, the hub and Forbes, but possibly extending that down Main Street during the Main Street reconstruction so that you're allowing the businesses on Main Street to take advantage of that electrification at, not an insignificant savings to them, but also reducing carbon emissions 2%. Well, that's modest, but still, that all adds up. The work with the utilities to produce energy coaching, taking advantage of the enthusiasm and the volunteers out there who want to participate in this, and very importantly, as you said, being at the center of not only all of this networking, but being aware of those financial, the possibilities of grants, and having plans ready to go, and as Councilor Elkins said last night, something that's shovel-ready is critical. So this is great. Thank you.
I just want to echo what my fellow councilors have said, and I'm excited to continue to work with you on NESC, and to meet you in person finally.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, yeah, I was just going to say, I'm tired, but I hope that we can bring you to city services because all this is really fascinating. And one thing I really want to get out to the community is really the cost-benefit analysis. I mean, obviously the cost and benefit in terms of our environment, kind of ethically, but just the brass tacks money and the way, having someone like a point person, with this kind of expertise and vision will save us money. And so it's a wise investment, and I want to get that narrative out. And so I hope that in another time, we can really check in and hear more about this and get it out, get this out to the community so they understand what's going on with it, because it's great. And let's see. Oh yes, Councilor.
Can you explain to me the measurement system when you're talking about the payback period in a matter of days? What does that mean?
Oh. So often when we do an energy efficiency project, we say, what did it cost us to do it? And how much money are we getting back, right? How much savings are we getting? And it's that cost to savings ratio, right? So, and we do it in how many years usually would it take of operating under your new conditions to pay for the cost of doing this project? In this case, we took an existing building management system. Now, I was being a little bit tricky with the numbers, because I only was paying for my own services. Because the city didn't pay for the automated logic technician, engineer, because we got that in grant form. And if I'm being really serious, I only took the pay of the additional person, which was me. But of course, you know, Pat had 4 employees, right? 4, I think it was? 3 or 4. 3 or 4. Yeah. Katie, Slava, and Dave were there too. And I didn't account for their salary. What, you know, there was an opportunity cost. They could have been doing something else with their time, right? So I was really only talking about the investment in capital. Had I been the director at the time and doing that with my time, you know, it would have cost whatever it was, you know, a few $100s, and then we're getting, and then
You saved that in 4 days.
Savings over a year, and it takes about 8 days to pay off.
Thank you. And then the other question that I have from constituents a lot is about the geothermal. And it was interesting what you said, that Eversource may own and operate the loop if DPW will let them and if they're interested. DPU, right?
Department of Public
Yeah, DPW.
Yeah.
DPU. So I guess the questions that I'm still seeing are about the cost still that might remain for us, even if you do get those investments.
If it's actually pretty simple. You know, the utility, right now they're a gas utility. They pay to install gas lines, and the gas lines go to your house, and they get to charge you a rate that the Department of Public Utilities allows them to charge you. And the way that they make the argument for what their rate is what they invested. They can only make money by building stuff. And they can't make money by saving money or energy, really. They're required to by a different part of the law. So this would be potentially an opportunity for them to invest in our city, taking the one opportunity when Main Street is open to put the additional pipes in. But they would pay for all of it. But of course, we, and in fact the entire Commonwealth, would pay for it. All of their customers in the Commonwealth would pay for it by an incremental increase in the gas rate. And then they would also charge customers for access to that thermal resource.
So in a way, it's kind of like a cost sharing with other customers for us, and then sort of a form of financing in a way.
It is, because they can finance stuff better than we can, because they're a big...
And they would take on the cost, theoretically, of the drilling and everything.
Yes, they would want to engineer it, they'd want it to be done their way, and they would own and operate it.
Okay. And then did we have any initial results yet from, did we do some exploratory drilling?
We did do some exploratory drilling, and to be honest, that was mostly organized by planning and central services. And the basic story, I think we could characterize it as being very similar to Smith College's results, which, by the way, is another lesson for us.
Can you expound? Thanks.
Sometimes, especially with things like geothermal, we don't actually need to do a test.
And I really appreciate the basically kinds of operational audits that you're doing. I think this great. It's really, really good work. I was surprised. I just have one last question. Did you say for the 113 cars to take them off of insurance saved us $300?
No. I think did I say it wrong? I probably did. I do that with zeros.
Got it.
It was like 30,000.
Okay, I was like, wow, what a great rate we get. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but the reality is we really need this to happen. I mean, there's no heating and cooling at the Resilience Hub right now, right?
So I am confident that one way or another, we will have a geothermal loop. It may be that if we can't get one for downtown, and Eversource doesn't want to do a little micro district, which they might want to do. But if we can't get that done, there are other ways to pay for it. Because now it's a much smaller geothermal system. There are other things to do, and there are ways to finance it. So we'll get it one way or another, but in that case, we would own it.
And what would be the timeframe on, in terms of like, we can't open the hub until we have heating and cooling, right? You don't have to be exact, I just was kind of trying to get a range of.
So I think it's pretty urgent to get a solution there. I'm really confident that the lowest cost or the highest net present value, right, because this is something that's going to go over 30, 50, 70, 100 years, right? But let's just do it over 30 years. The highest net present value of a heating and cooling system for the hub and to update the library will almost certainly be geothermal, particularly because once it's done, if we own it, we'll also get 30% of that cost back in direct pay from the Inflation Reduction Act, the federal tax credits that we can now get. And it's really just a question of how do we finance it, or do we find somebody else to own it? But that's pretty urgent, and we'll get that done.
Thank you so much. Let me just check in with our counselors, or I don't know if there's any members of the public here or any questions out there on Zoom. Looks like no. I know there's some fans out there, but, oh wait, and here's one of the, oh, there. Here we go. Susan, can you unmute? I feel like she can't. Oh, yeah, good. Hi.
Hi there. I didn't know I'd get called on right away. Well, yes, we do have a number of people from the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition who are here to defend this amazing work, but I don't think it needs a lot of defense. But they've been here the whole time, so I don't know, for hours. Anyway, so very quickly, this is so great. I just have to say that Susan Taberge, I live in Florence.
Thank you.
A dream come true for Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition. Like literally, Ben and what he just said and his whole vision, that's a manifestation of the vision that we were holding. We didn't know it was going to be Ben saying all that stuff, but this is what we were like so focused on when we first proposed the idea of a climate action director for Northampton, and the mayor and city council folks, everybody was so supportive. And it is, I will just really quickly say that everybody in this room knows the climate crisis and where we're at and how important it is to act quickly. So, I just want to point out another reason this is such an important thing is that, of course, climate organizers, we work at the state level, the federal level. It is so excruciatingly slow, and there's so many obstacles, and we can absolutely get things done here in Northampton with the mayor, the city council, the government, and also now that we have this department, and also with the people that we have. When you just think about Northampton is full of passionate, creative people. They have great ideas. They want to work on these things. I mean, people in our coalition are just like, yeah, let's go. What can we do? And so one thing I think is so important, as someone mentioned it, we need to explain to people what Ben is doing. Yes, how much money we are saving. We really have to get that out to people so they understand this is we're going to be bringing in funding and everything like that, the way Ben laid it out. And we really need people to get to know how important this is, because we need the whole community to be on board with as many people as possible to make the kind of changes that we need. So I guess this is like to defend this.
Sorry.
I was waiting for
Yeah, Sue, if you would just Yeah, finish your thought. I heard it, but I didn't really.
A model for the country and the world. Yay.
Thank you, Susan. I'm sorry I texted you 8. 8 p.m. Okay. Let's see.
Tina.
Yeah, Tina. Hi, Tina.
Hi. Oh, there. Hi.
Could you state your address or city or town? Thank you.
Yes. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, hello. I'm Tina Ingman. I'm in Ward 6. I was totally thrilled by the presentation I just saw. I mean, all the presentations have been interesting, but wow. I'm here, I'm deeply interested in understanding what we can do about environmental predicament we humans find ourselves in. And I'm here tonight because I want to show support for this new climate action department. I can't think of a department that could be more important. And now we hear how much cost savings it would bring us. So I want to thank the councilors and mayor and the residents who worked to get this department going. Listening last night to the presentation from the Public Health Department, I learned that it was known as one of the most forward-thinking departments in the state, and I am positive our CAPA department meets this moment in the same forward-thinking way. Let's see, I just want to say I think of CAPA as a solutions multiplier because people often talk about climate change as a threat multiplier, so I like thinking of it that way. And my two questions, my first question is if there is a plan to somehow survey and quantify how much money and more, as just importantly, how much energy residents will have saved through energy saving measures. I think that would be useful and interesting, probably a lot of work, but my second question related is I'd like to see a campaign, as Rachel mentioned. I'd like to see a campaign so the whole city is properly informed about the fiscal prudence of this department, on top of the other ways city residents will be protected so that they will want to support this department. And that's my second question, whether there are plans for a campaign so residents can understand what this department is doing and how we'll all benefit.
Thank you, Tina.
Director, we're going to hold off until and come back to those questions. I'm going to just see one more right here.
Jackie. Oh, I think there. Jackie? Uh-oh. Do you see her? Huh. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine. I thought maybe I'd lost her, so. Okay, so maybe she didn't. Okay, so let's circle to those questions.
I did it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's trying to speak.
Oh, she is.
It wouldn't let me unmute. Oh, Lord. Jackie Bounds from Bay State Village. Am I on?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. For as long as the city meetings have been on Zoom, I've noticed that many, or even most of our departments work in silos. And the various departments that are most involved with climate-related scenarios often don't know what the other departments are doing. And this includes Planning Board, DPW, Urban Forestry, Energy and Sustainability, Conservation Commission, all of the others to some degree. And the point is that no one has been responsible for seeing the big picture from a climate emergency lens. Enter the CAPA director, whose job it is to see the big picture, and I think he's done that for us tonight. He's shown he understands it. Not only can the climate director be able to bring the city enough grant money to pay for the whole department, someone is finally accountable for coordinating our city's climate response among all of its departments. This is the climate emergency. Monkeys and birds are falling dead out of the trees in Mexico City. Parts of India and Pakistan have daily, right now, are having daily daytime highs of 120 or more. Dallas and Houston are flooded. The floods in Brazil are apocalyptic. Talk about stormwater management. We can't afford to wait until the birds and squirrels are falling out of our trees, hoping we can keep our mature shade trees. Nature's own stormwater managers, nature's own air conditioners. Our climate is a fast-moving emergency, and we need to move quickly. I'm hoping CAPA will help us do that. I also appreciate that Director Weil has already shown a willingness to engage with ordinary citizens and seriously consider ideas we might have to offer. His idea for pocket parks and special conservancy districts are an area where residents' information can help supplement and support his GIS maps. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie.
Oops. Yeah.
Jackie brought up a question I had too about continuing the engagement with the community, because that's kind of the backstory of CAPA. Yeah,
So-
go ahead. No, go ahead, and then we'll go to Councilor Moulton's.
I was just going to say that one of the things that I talked about a lot about is that communications has always been sort of one of the goals of CAPA, and to communicate to the community about what we have done and are doing, communicating and being able to quantify what we're doing, but also just being able to tell people about opportunities. So that's a really important part of this department. And as you can tell, Ben's an excellent communicator.
Wow, great, because that was one of the questions. Councilor Moulton, let's hold off, and I see Joyce has her hand up, and then we can, okay. Nope. Does anyone else see her? I think I'm making people disappear by, no.
Who was it?
It was Joyce. Yeah, she had her hand up, but no. Okay. Well, let's see. We'll have Councilor Moulton ask the remaining questions, and if Joyce wants to make a comment, she can always raise her hand during that time.
So, Director, I'll restate the two questions. Is there a plan to have, to quantify how much money and energy residents will save or are saving or have saved through various energy-saving measures that are taken? Is quantification part of the formula?
When you say residents, the question, are we talking about residents' individual energy savings in their own houses and apartments and so forth, or are we talking about residents as stakeholders in the city? Because it makes a difference. I will be very serious about quantifying energy savings that we do through the municipal side, because we have control over it, we have the data, we're allowed to look at the data. I'm not actually allowed to look at your private utility data, so it would be very hard to do more than kind of really general estimates. So do you have an idea of which?
Well, I heard the same question that everybody else heard.
Yeah.
I guess one of the ways of quantifying is to make sure that residents understand how they can do their own calculation of their savings.
Well, okay, so here's what I'll answer. We actually had a volunteer working with NESC and with the prior CAPA director, and a little bit with me, and his name's Rachel Stevens, and she was doing a data analysis project, basically, to just train herself. And she came up with ways to estimate, these are very, very general estimates, what level of savings could be had by different types of users using our assessor data and permits that have been pulled and some various things that we use to try to tease out the different housing types. But that's very, like, your mileage will vary because this is statistical representation, and each individual building is really, really unique. And that's why it's important for us to act as a way to connect residents with the services that they have available to get good deals from Mass Save, from the community action, from various ways of actually doing the work and getting the savings. There are a bunch of other things. So for instance, we will have a community aggregation, and so electrical rates there's still the negotiation, but may go down. That's not due to anything that CAPA had to do with, and a lot to do with what Carolyn Misch helped negotiate with Amherst and Pelham, but that will be quantifiable.
It comes down to education and communication, as the mayor said.
Yeah.
And then the second question was, is there a campaign plan so the whole city is informed and understands what the department is doing?
I would say there is not a campaign plan. There's a commitment to communication, and I think a reason that the mayor chose to answer that question initially is because I would probably go to her and want to coordinate. So there's like me seeing the big picture, and then there's an even bigger picture about how government as a whole communicates, and I would want to participate in that in an organized way.
Thanks.
Can I just piggyback on that quickly? Also, these wonderful residents, some of whom you've heard from tonight, also want to be very much involved in working on a campaign and have volunteered to be part of whether it's events or just a communication plan around with the community.
Joyce, I'm trying to unmute you. Can you? It's not working. Let's see. Huh. Oh, wait, I think it worked.
Okay.
Oh, good.
It worked. Okay. Okay. Joyce Rosenfeld. I live at 18 Porticelli Street, and I'm a member of the Northampton Climate Emergency Coalition, and am thrilled with our new interim director and have high hopes that he will be our permanent director. I want to thank all the city councilors for their support, the mayor, who my personal nickname for the mayor is the Climate Mayor, and I believe that this work that we're all doing together will be a model, and that all of Western Massachusetts will follow our lead. So thank you, everyone. I am so excited. Thank you.
Thank you for staying up late with us.
For an old person, it's quite a feat.
You make it look effortless.
Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me talk.
Thank you very much.
So I don't know if you were going to see if anyone has questions for other departments. I just want to make sure that I acknowledge all the other departments that were here.
Well, right, that's.
Okay. I've been trying to keep a list of everyone. Some of them have been here this whole time here in the room, and then there are a bunch of folks online who have been waiting in case there are any questions for them. So if they're not, I just want to acknowledge them and thank them so much for being available to answer any questions.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Let's just see if there's any questions. This is, I guess we're hazing you or something. I don't.
How is Paco? Is Paco ready for climate change?
Absolutely.
Hi, Lisa Downing, Director of Forbes Library. Paco is very, very good, and Paco is our 35-year-old fish. So, and Paco is also the subject of stickers and T-shirts and lots of children's hearts. So, yeah, thank you. It's been a long night. It's been a really educational night. I actually don't have much to say except for thank you, but I'm here along with all these other city department folks to answer questions, and I bring a goodie like I like to do, and it's our new summer newsletter, so I will leave you with that parting gift unless there's any questions for me.
Thank you so much. Wow, I like the swag.
Yeah.
I'm kind of easy like that. Just give me some swag. That's great. So thank you, and if we can check for questions from counselors. And then I was just going to say, if any departments that have been waiting would like to say something, please feel free. Counselors, do we have any questions for any of our departments that are with us now? Well, it's always good to see you. It's really fun. I loved the bubbly energy when we took the break and all the departments were kind of mingling. I don't know if you get to mingle very often, so it was nice to see all of you together. Yeah, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, so we're sending them home, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and everyone online too?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jan. Thank you.
I'm going to have to take a 5-minute recess. I'm have my
Good night.
Okay, we're back in session for the Finance Committee. Our chair, Rachel Maori, has been called away on a personal emergency, so as vice chair, I am now convening. And we have heard over the past 2 nights from all the department heads that were scheduled to address us, and so we can now close the hearing. So I will look for a motion for closing the public hearing on the budget.
From Finance. Move to close.
So, motion made by Councilor Elkins, seconded by Councilor Labarge. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Now, we were scheduled to discuss then the 6 associated financial orders for the budget, but I've decided that without Chair Maori here tonight, I don't want to do that. So we're going to have a special meeting of the Finance Committee to consider the orders and make recommendations on them to the full council. I suspect it will be before the council meeting on Thursday. It certainly can't be any earlier than Tuesday, but I think that's what we'll do. We'll probably meet, the council now is meeting at 6:30, so we may meet at 5 or something like that on Thursday. That decision will be made by Councilor Maori and myself. So at this point, we would, I believe we will adjourn Finance and then adjourn the full council. Is that the order of business? Okay, so.
Do we need to continue, or do we need to move to continue the? We close the hearing.
We closed the hearing.
Okay, so we just for our deliberation. Okay.
Yeah. So, want a motion to adjourn the Finance Committee?
Move to adjourn.
Councilor Labarge, and seconded by Councilor Elkins. Any discussion? There is no discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Finance is adjourned, and now we have to close the full council.
And Councilor Jarrett has also left. We've had a real attrition tonight. Councilor Jarrett is also signed off the Zoom because he's not feeling well. So with that, I'll take over for the very formal thing of a motion to adjourn.
I will motion to adjourn.
I'll second that.
We
tied on that one.
Councilor Perry from the Great Beyond, and
You can give it to Dubs.
I'm going to give it to Councilor Dubs.
Oh, thank you.
No discussion on adjournment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And none.
I think we need a roll call.
Oh, God, Garrick.
Thanks, Garrick.
Okay, we would have a roll call, please.
Councilor Dobbs,
Here, or yes.
Councilor Elkins,
Yes.
Councilor Clemmer,
Yes.
Councilor Labarge,
Yes.
Oh, I thought you said Meyer, yes.
Councilor Moulton,
Yes.
and Councilor Perry.
Yes.
All right. Good night, y'all.